Tonight, you will discover something that most people spend their entire lives searching for, but never find. Deep, unshakable peace that remains steady, no matter what storms rage around you. I am going to share with you Buddhist tales so transformative, so penetrating in their wisdom, that hearing them once can shift the entire trajectory of your life. These are not mere stories, they are transmission teachings, passed down through generations of awakened masters. Each one containing a key that unlocks a door you may not have even known was closed. And here is what makes tonight different from anything you have tried before. These teachings work even if you have struggled with anxiety for decades, even if peace has felt like an impossible dream, even if you have read 100 books and tried 1,000 techniques without finding lasting relief. The Buddha once said, "Peace comes from within, do not seek it without." In the next 3 hours, you will discover exactly what he meant, and how this single understanding can dissolve years of inner turmoil. Before we begin, I invite you to share something with me. Where in the world are you right now? Are you listening from the United States? Perhaps in a quiet room seeking refuge from a busy life? Are you in the United Kingdom, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, or somewhere else on this beautiful planet? Knowing that we are walking this path together, thousands of souls across the globe, all seeking the same peace, creates a profound connection. You are not alone in your longing. We are part of an ancient river of beings who have discovered that true peace is not found in changing our circumstances, but in transforming our relationship to whatever circumstances we have. As we journey through these tales of wisdom, something remarkable will begin to happen. The knot in your chest that you have carried for so long will start to loosen. The mental chatter that has been your constant companion will gradually settle like sediment in still water. Your breath will deepen and slow, and you will begin to touch a peace that does not depend on anything external. A peace that is your birthright, your true nature, waiting patiently beneath all the turbulence. So right now, take a moment to settle into wherever you are. If you are sitting, let your body sink into the chair. If you are lying down, feel yourself supported completely by the surface beneath you. Take one deep, slow breath with me now. Fill your lungs completely. Hold it gently for just a moment, and release, letting everything go with that exhale. Know that you have just taken the first step on a journey that will transform how you experience not just this moment, but every moment of your life. Let us begin with our first tale. Our first story takes us to a monastery perched on a cliff overlooking the sea, where a young woman named May had come seeking an end to her suffering. May was 32 years old. Successful by all external measures, she had a good career, loving friends, financial security, yet she was drowning in anxiety. Every morning, she would wake with a tightness in her chest, a sense of dread she could not name. She lived in constant anticipation of disaster, her mind always racing ahead to imagine what could go wrong, what terrible thing might happen next. May had tried everything the modern world offered: therapy, medication, meditation apps, self-help books, wellness retreats. Some things helped temporarily, but the underlying anxiety always returned, often stronger than before. She felt broken, defective, as if everyone else had been given an instruction manual for peaceful living that she had somehow missed. In desperation, she had traveled to this remote monastery after hearing about a teacher named Master Liang, an elderly monk who was said to have a gift for helping people find peace. When May arrived, exhausted from her journey and from years of inner turmoil, she was surprised to find Master Liang working in the monastery garden, his weathered hands moving through the soil with unhurried grace. "Master Liang," May called out, bowing respectfully, "I have come seeking your teaching. I am drowning in anxiety and cannot find peace no matter what I try. Please, can you help me?" Master Liang looked up from his work, his ancient face creasing into a gentle smile. "Come, sit with me," he said, gesturing to a bench beneath a large tree. "Tell me about this anxiety that troubles you." May sat and poured out her story, the constant worry, the racing thoughts, the physical symptoms, the feeling that something terrible was always about to happen. "I have tried everything," she said, her voice breaking. "Nothing works. I am beginning to believe I will never find peace." Master Liang listened with complete attention, his eyes holding hers with a compassion that made Mei feel truly seen for the first time in years. When she finished, he was quiet for a long moment, simply breathing, simply being present. Finally, he spoke. May I tell you what I observe? You are not suffering from anxiety. You are suffering from your relationship with anxiety." Mei felt confused. "What do you mean?" "The anxiety is the problem. If I did not have anxiety, I would be at peace." Master Liang shook his head gently. "Let me show you something." He reached down and picked up a stone from beside the bench. "Hold this stone in your hand." Mei took the stone, feeling its weight, its cool smoothness. "Now," Master Liang said, "imagine that this stone is your anxiety. The stone exists. It has weight. It takes up space. This is the first layer, the actual experience of anxiety. The physical sensations, the racing thoughts, the feelings of unease. This is uncomfortable. Yes, but it is manageable. It is just sensation and thought, arising and passing, like everything else." He paused, letting this sink in. "But what do you do when you feel anxiety? What happens in your mind?" Mei thought about this. "I panic. I think, oh no, here it is again. Something is wrong with me. I cannot handle this. What if it gets worse? What if it never goes away? I am broken. I am defective." And then I try desperately to make it stop, to push it away, to fix myself. "Yes," Master Liang said. "And with each of those thoughts, with each attempt to fight against the anxiety, you are adding more stones to your hand." He placed imaginary stones in her palm, one by one. The stone of something is wrong with me. The stone of I cannot handle this. The stone of what if it gets worse. The stone of I am broken. Each thought, each judgment, each moment of resistance adds weight until you are carrying not just the original anxiety, but a mountain of suffering you have created through your relationship with it. Mei stared at the stone in her hand, suddenly seeing clearly what Master Liang was pointing to. So the anxiety itself is not the main problem. The problem is everything I add to it, the panic about having anxiety, the judgment that something is wrong with me, the desperate attempts to make it stop, the fear that it will never end. "Exactly," Master Liang said, his eyes brightening with the joy of a student grasping truth. The Buddha taught about two arrows. When you are struck by an arrow, there is pain. This is unavoidable. This is what we might call the first arrow, the actual experience of anxiety, the sensations and thoughts that arise. But then, most people immediately shoot themselves with a second arrow, the suffering they create through their resistance, their judgment, their stories about what the first arrow means. He set the stone down on the bench between them. "You have been shooting yourself with the second arrow hundreds of times each day. Every time anxiety arises, you immediately add, 'This is terrible. I cannot cope. Something is wrong with me. This proves I am broken.' These thoughts are the second arrow, and they create far more suffering than the anxiety itself." Mei felt something beginning to shift inside her, like ice cracking after a long winter. "But Master, how do I stop shooting the second arrow? When anxiety comes, I automatically panic. I automatically judge myself. These reactions feel completely out of my control." Master Liang smiled. "This is the practice. Not to control the reactions that would be just another form of fighting, but to notice them, to see clearly. Ah, anxiety is present. And now the mind is adding judgment. And now there is resistance. And now there is the story about being broken. When you see these patterns clearly, without getting caught in them, something remarkable happens. The patterns begin to lose their power." He stood and gestured for Mei to walk with him through the garden. "Let me teach you something very simple but very profound. When anxiety arises, and it will arise, because you are human, and anxiety is a natural human experience. I want you to do 3 things. They walked slowly along a path lined with flowers. Master Liang's movements were unhurried, completely present to each step. First, acknowledge what is present. Say to yourself silently, anxiety is here. Not I am anxious, which makes anxiety your identity, but simply, anxiety is here, which recognizes it as a temporary visitor, an arising experience. He paused beside a flowering bush, touching one of the blossoms gently. Second, feel the anxiety directly in your body. Where do you experience it? In your chest, your stomach, your throat. Instead of trying to push it away or get lost in thoughts about it, simply feel the physical sensations with curiosity. Heat, tightness, fluttering, whatever is actually there. Just sensations. No different from feeling warmth from the sun or coolness from a breeze. And third, he continued, walking again. Breathe with it. Not breathing to make it go away, that is still resistance, but simply breathing while it is present. Breathing with acceptance. This is what is here right now. This is my current experience. I can be present with this. May listened intently, something in her desperately hoping this would be the answer she had been seeking. But Master Liang, what if I do these 3 things and the anxiety does not go away? What if it just stays and stays? Master Liang stopped walking and turned to look at her, his gaze penetrating yet kind. This question reveals the trap you are still caught in. You are asking about this practice as if it is a technique to eliminate anxiety, another tool to make unwanted experiences disappear. But that is still the second arrow. That is still resistance disguised as acceptance. He gestured to the sea visible beyond the cliff edge, waves rolling endlessly toward the shore. Look at those waves. Do they come seeking permission? Do they apologize for arriving? Do they promise to leave quickly? No, they simply come. They crest. They break. They recede. And then another wave comes. This is the nature of waves. No one stands on the shore thinking, I must get rid of these waves. Something is wrong because waves keep coming. Everyone understands that waves are what the ocean does. He turned back to May. Anxiety is what the human nervous system does sometimes. It arises when conditions support its arising. It passes when conditions change. Fighting against this is like standing in the ocean and being angry that you are getting wet. The question is not how to stop the waves, but how to be in the ocean without suffering about the wetness. May felt tears beginning to form. So, I will always have anxiety. There is no escape from it. You are asking the wrong question, Master Liang said gently. The question is not whether you will have anxiety. The question is whether you can be at peace, even when anxiety is present. Can you have anxious thoughts and sensations moving through your system while simultaneously resting in a deeper peace that is not disturbed by these passing phenomena? He led her to a small pond near the garden. The surface of the water was disturbed by wind, creating ripples and small waves. Look at this pond. The surface is moving, disturbed by wind. But dive beneath the surface, and there is stillness. The depth of the pond is not affected by surface conditions. You are like this pond. There is a surface level, your thoughts, your feelings, your physical sensations, and this surface level is always changing, sometimes calm, sometimes disturbed. But there is also a depth to you, an awareness that witnesses all surface phenomena without being disturbed by them. Master Liang picked up a small pebble and tossed it into the pond, creating ripples. When anxiety arises, it is like these ripples on the surface, real, visible, but not affecting the depth. You have been identifying only with the surface, believing that you are your anxious thoughts and feelings. But you are also the depth, the awareness that knows anxiety is present, that witnesses it without being it. How do I access this depth? May asked, feeling something she had not felt in years, a genuine spark of hope. You are already accessing it right now. Master Liang replied. The awareness that hears my words, that feels the breeze, that notices the anxiety when it arises, this awareness is the depth. You do not need to create it or achieve it. You simply need to recognize it is already here. It has been here all along, but you have been so focused on the surface disturbance that you have not noticed the deeper stillness. Over the following days, Mei stayed at the monastery and practiced what Master Liang had taught her. When anxiety arose, and it arose frequently at first, she would practice the 3 steps. Acknowledge, anxiety is here. Feel, noticing the sensations in her chest, her stomach, her throat, without adding stories about what they meant. Breathe, staying present with the sensations, breathing with acceptance rather than resistance. It was extraordinarily difficult at first. Her mind wanted to panic, wanted to add all the familiar judgments and stories, wanted to fight against the anxiety and make it disappear. But each time, she would catch herself and return to the practice, just acknowledging, just feeling, just breathing. And gradually, something remarkable began to happen. The anxiety still arose, sometimes intensely, but it no longer consumed her. She discovered that she could feel anxiety and simultaneously be aware of feeling it, could experience the sensations while resting in the awareness that witnessed them. The anxiety became like weather passing through the sky of her consciousness, uncomfortable when it was there, but no longer defining her entire experience. One morning, about a week after arriving at the monastery, Mei woke with intense anxiety. Her chest was tight, her thoughts were racing, her body was flooded with stress hormones. The old Mei would have spiraled into panic, would have spent the entire day fighting against these sensations, would have taken them as evidence that nothing was working, that she was still broken. But this morning, something different happened. Mei lay in bed and simply acknowledged what was present. Strong anxiety is here. She felt the sensations in her body with curiosity rather than resistance. Tightness in chest, fluttering in stomach, tension in shoulders. She breathed, not to make the anxiety go away, but simply to be present with what was. And then, in the midst of the anxiety, Mei noticed something extraordinary. Beneath all the surface disturbance, there was a stillness, a part of her that was witnessing the anxiety without being disturbed by it. She was not the anxiety, she was the awareness noticing the anxiety, and this awareness was perfectly peaceful. Even as anxiety moved through her system, tears flowed down Mei's face. But they were not tears of suffering, they were tears of relief, of recognition, of finally touching something she had been seeking her entire life. She had discovered that peace was not the absence of anxiety, but the recognition of the awareness that is present, whether anxiety is there or not. She could be anxious and peaceful at the same time. They were not opposites. They existed at different levels. She got out of bed and went to find Master Liang, who was, as always, working in the garden. When he saw her face, he smiled knowingly. "You have discovered something," he said simply. "I have discovered that I am not my anxiety," Mei said, her voice filled with wonder. "I am the awareness that knows anxiety is present, and this awareness is never disturbed, never broken, never insufficient. It is always at peace, always whole, always enough." Master Liang set down his gardening tools and bowed deeply to her. Yes, this is the teaching. This is what the Buddha was pointing to when he spoke of liberation. Not liberation from difficult experiences, but liberation from the belief that you are your experiences. You are not your thoughts, not your emotions, not your sensations. You are the witnessing awareness in which all these things arise and pass. He stood up straight, his old bones creaking slightly. "But understand this, Mei, you will forget this teaching many times. The anxiety will arise and you will automatically identify with it again. You will believe again that you are broken, that something is wrong. This is natural. The practice is not to never forget, but to remember again and again, to return again and again to this recognition. Each time you return, it becomes easier. Each time you recognize the awareness beneath the surface disturbance, you are strengthening that recognition. May stayed at the monastery for 3 more weeks, deepening her practice, learning to recognize the witnessing awareness, not just when anxiety was present, but in all moments. She discovered that this awareness was always here, always peaceful, always complete, whether she was feeling anxious or calm, happy or sad, energized or tired. The content of her experience changed constantly, but the awareness that witnessed all content remained unchanged. When she finally left the monastery to return to her life, May carried with her not a technique to eliminate anxiety, but something far more valuable: the recognition that her peace did not depend on anxiety being absent. She could live a full, meaningful life even if anxiety continued to arise. And paradoxically, once she stopped fighting anxiety, once she stopped making it a problem that needed to be solved, it began to arise less frequently and with less intensity. Years later, when people asked May how she had overcome her anxiety disorder, she would correct them gently. "I did not overcome it. I learned to be at peace with it. I learned that I am not my anxiety. I am the awareness in which anxiety sometimes arises, and this awareness cannot be damaged or disturbed by any passing experience." Once I understood this, anxiety lost its power to make me suffer. This teaching about the 2 arrows, about being the awareness rather than the content of awareness, is one of the most liberating insights Buddhism offers. We spend so much energy fighting against our own experiences, believing that we cannot be at peace unless certain experiences go away. But what if peace does not require the absence of difficult experiences? What if we can feel anxiety, sadness, pain, discomfort, and still rest in a deeper peace that is not disturbed by these surface phenomena? As you listen to these words, lying here in the darkness, can you notice the awareness that is listening? This awareness that hears these words, that knows you are breathing, that witnesses whatever sensations or thoughts are present. This awareness is what you truly are, and this awareness is always at peace, always. Whatever disturbance is happening at the surface level, the depth remains still. If there is anxiety present right now, can you practice what Master Liang taught me? Acknowledge it. Anxiety is here. Feel it directly. Notice where you experience it in your body. What sensations are actually present? Breathe with it, not to make it go away, but simply to be present with what is. And then notice who is noticing the anxiety. What is this awareness that knows anxiety is present? This awareness is your true nature, and it cannot be disturbed. Our second story takes us to a bustling city where a man named Chen lived in constant conflict with the people around him. Chen was 45 years old, divorced, estranged from his adult children, and had difficulty maintaining any long-term friendships or work relationships. In Chen's mind, this was entirely other people's fault. The world was filled with selfish, inconsiderate, unreasonable people who constantly disappointed him, betrayed him, and failed to meet his expectations. Chen's days were consumed with resentment. He would replay conversations in his mind, thinking of all the ways people had wronged him, imagining confrontations where he finally told them what he really thought. He was angry at his ex-wife for leaving him, angry at his children for taking her side, angry at his co-workers for not appreciating his contributions, angry at his neighbors for being too loud, angry at service workers for being incompetent, angry at drivers on the road for being careless. His anger had become so constant, so pervasive, that Chen no longer even noticed it. It was simply how he experienced the world. One day, Chen's only remaining friend, a man named Li, who had somehow maintained patience with Chen's bitterness over the years, suggested something unexpected. "Chen," Li said carefully, "I think you would benefit from attending a meditation retreat I heard about. It is led by a Buddhist teacher named Master Zhen. I know you do not believe in this kind of thing, but I am worried about you. Your anger is consuming you. Will you at least try?" Chen's first instinct was to refuse. to launch into a tirade about New Age nonsense and how meditation would not change the fact that people were terrible. But something in Li's voice, a genuine concern he had not heard in a long time, made him pause. And beneath his anger, Chen had to admit he was exhausted. The resentment he carried was heavy, and some part of him longed for relief, even if he could not admit it consciously. "Fine," Chen said gruffly. "I will go, but it will not work. People are the problem, not my reactions to them." The retreat was held at a simple meditation center on the outskirts of the city. When Chen arrived, he was immediately irritated. The place was too hot. The cushions were uncomfortable. The other participants seemed annoyingly serene. Master Zhen, an elderly woman with a face that showed both strength and gentleness, welcomed everyone and explained that the retreat would include periods of sitting meditation, walking meditation, and Dharma talks. Chen sat through the first meditation session, filled with resentment. His back hurt, his legs fell asleep, and his mind was a churning storm of angry thoughts. When the bell finally rang to end the session, Chen was ready to leave immediately. This was exactly the waste of time he had expected. But then Master Zhen began to speak, and something in her words made Chen pause. "Many of you have come here carrying a great weight," she said, her voice neither loud nor soft but perfectly clear. "This weight is not circumstances. It is not other people's behavior. It is not the difficulties of life. This weight is your resistance to all of these things, your constant argument with reality, your belief that things should be different than they are." She looked around the room, her gaze seeming to touch each person individually. "You are at war, not with the world, though it may feel that way, but with your own experience. You believe that your peace depends on the world conforming to your expectations, on people behaving how you think they should behave, on circumstances arranging themselves according to your preferences. And because this never happens, because the world is uncontrollable and people are independent beings with their own ideas and needs, you suffer constantly." Chen felt something shift uncomfortably inside him. It was as if Master Zhen was speaking directly to him. Though she could not possibly know his specific situation, there is a teaching in Buddhism, Master Zhen continued, about the second dart. When you are struck by a dart, there is pain. You did not choose this pain. Someone cut you off in traffic. Someone spoke harshly to you. Someone broke a promise. These things cause a natural reaction of hurt or frustration. This is the first dart, and it is unavoidable in human life. She paused, letting this sink in. But then, what do most of you do? You pick up a second dart and stab yourselves with it. You replay the incident over and over in your mind. You build elaborate stories about what it means. This proves people are selfish. This shows I cannot trust anyone. This confirms that the world is against me. You rehearse confrontations you will never have. You imagine revenge. You feed the original hurt with your rumination until it grows from a minor annoyance into a major source of suffering. Chen sat very still, feeling exposed. This was exactly what he did. Someone would do something that irritated him, cut him off in traffic, speak to him dismissively, fail to return a call, and he would obsess over it for hours, sometimes days. The original offense might have lasted seconds, but Chen would keep it alive for much longer through his constant mental replay and elaboration. The Buddha taught, Master Zen continued, that pain is inevitable, but suffering is optional. We cannot control the first dart. Life will bring disappointments, frustrations, hurts. But the second dart, the suffering we add through our resistance and rumination, this is completely within our control. Most of your suffering is not from what happened, but from your relationship to what happened. She stood and walked slowly across the front of the room. Let me ask you something. When someone treats you badly, who suffers more from your resentment, them or you? When you replay a hurtful conversation 100 times in your mind, does the other person experience any of that? When you imagine confrontations and rehearse angry speeches, who is present for all of that mental activity? The answer was obvious. though Chen had never thought about it this clearly. When he spent hours angry at his ex-wife, she was somewhere living her life, probably not thinking about him at all. When he ruminated over his children's coldness toward him, they were going about their days unaffected by his mental torment. When he seethed about a rude co-worker, that person went home and forgot about the interaction while Chen carried it into his evening, his night, his next day. "You are poisoning yourself," Master Zhen said, a voice still gentle, but now carrying an edge of urgency, "and expecting other people to die. The resentment you carry harms only you. It damages your health, destroys your peace, prevents you from experiencing joy, and ironically makes you behave in ways that push people further away, creating more situations that feed your resentment. You are trapped in a cycle of your own making." Chen felt his defenses rising. "But people should not behave badly. My ex-wife should not have left. My children should respect me. People should be considerate and kind. It is not wrong for me to expect basic decency." As if she had heard his thoughts, Master Zhen addressed this exact objection. "You might be thinking, but people should behave better. I have a right to expect certain treatment. And you are correct. It would be wonderful if everyone were always kind, considerate, and thoughtful. But they are not. This is reality. And you have a choice. You can spend your entire life arguing with reality, insisting it should be different, making yourself miserable because people are not who you want them to be. Or you can accept reality as it is and choose your response from a place of wisdom rather than reactivity." She sat down on a cushion at the front of the room, her movements slow and deliberate. Acceptance does not mean approval. Acceptance does not mean you become passive or allow people to mistreat you. You can still set boundaries, still choose to limit contact with people who are harmful, still advocate for better behavior. But you do all of this from a place of clarity rather than from a place of burning resentment. Master Zhen looked directly at Chen, though she was addressing the whole group. The Buddha taught about the poison arrow. If you are shot with a poison arrow, you do not spend time arguing about who shot it, why they shot it, whether they should have shot it. You remove the arrow and treat the wound. Most of you are standing with poison arrows sticking out of you, refusing to remove them because you are too busy being outraged that someone shot you in the first place. That evening, during the walking meditation, Chen found his mind still churning with resistance to Master Zhen's teachings. Part of him recognized the truth in her words, but another part clung desperately to his resentments. They had become so familiar, so much a part of his identity, that releasing them felt like losing himself. Master Zhen had given specific instructions for the walking meditation. Walk very slowly, feeling each movement, the heel lifting, the foot moving through air, the foot placing, the weight shifting. Bring your full attention to the physical sensations of walking, and when your mind wanders into thought, gently return to the sensations. Chen tried, but within seconds his mind was off, replaying a conversation with his daughter from 3 weeks ago where she had refused to see him for his birthday. The familiar anger rose. The familiar arguments formed in his mind about how ungrateful she was, how he had sacrificed so much for her, how she owed him more respect. Then he remembered Master Zhen's teaching. This was the second dart. His daughter's refusal had happened 3 weeks ago. That was the first dart. And yes, it had hurt. But right now, in this moment, as he walked slowly through the meditation hall, the only pain present was the pain he was creating by replaying the incident, by adding his stories about what it meant, by picking up the second dart and stabbing himself with it over and over. Chen stopped walking. In that moment of recognition, something shifted. He could feel the difference between the memory of his daughter's words, which was just information, just something that had happened, and the suffering he was creating right now by arguing with it, resenting it, building elaborate narratives about it. He started walking again, and this time, when his mind began to wander into resentment, he noticed it more quickly. Thinking, he labeled it silently. and returned his attention to the physical sensations of walking. The anger arose again, pulling his attention into familiar patterns of rumination. Thinking, he noted, and returned to sensation. Again and again, thoughts arose, and again and again. He noticed them and returned to the present moment. And then something remarkable happened. Chen experienced a few seconds of being fully present, just walking, just sensation, no story, no resentment, no argument with reality. Just this step, and then this step, and then this step. And in those few seconds, there was peace. Not because anything had changed about his circumstances, not because his daughter had suddenly called to apologize, not because the world had conformed to his expectations, but simply because he was not, in that moment, picking up the second dart. The peace lasted only a few seconds before his mind returned to its habitual patterns. But those few seconds were enough. Chen had tasted something he had not experienced in decades, a peace that did not depend on circumstances being a certain way. A peace that was available right now, if he could stop arguing with reality long enough to experience it. Over the remaining days of the retreat, Chen practiced what Master Zen taught. It was extraordinarily difficult. His habit of resentment was decades deep, and it reasserted itself constantly, but he began to notice more quickly when he was picking up the second dart, when he was adding suffering through his rumination and resistance. One afternoon, Master Zen gave a teaching specifically about forgiveness that struck Chen deeply. People often misunderstand forgiveness, she said. They believe forgiveness means condoning harmful behavior, or pretending you were not hurt, or maintaining relationships with people who continue to harm you. But true forgiveness is none of these things. She held up a stone. Imagine this stone is a harmful action someone took against you. Maybe they lied to you, betrayed you, abandoned you. This happened. It is real. The stone is real. But now, what are you doing with this stone? Are you carrying it everywhere you go? Are you clutching it so tightly that your hand aches? Are you constantly looking at it, thinking about it, showing it to everyone you meet and telling them how you were wronged? Master Zen set the stone down on the floor. Forgiveness is putting down the stone, not because the other person deserves it, not because what they did was okay, but because carrying the stone is exhausting you, damaging you, poisoning your life. You put it down for yourself, not for them. You release it because continuing to carry it serves no purpose except to keep you trapped in the past. She looked around the room. The person who wronged you has moved on with their life. They are not carrying the stone. They may not even remember the incident. Only you are carrying it. Only you are suffering from your grip on it. Forgiveness is the radical act of releasing the stone and walking away lighter, freer, able to be present for your actual life, instead of forever imprisoned by a past you cannot change. Chen felt something crack open inside his chest. He realized he had been carrying stones for decades. His ex-wife's infidelity, a stone he had carried for 8 years. His children's rejection stones he picked up and examined daily. His father's harshness when Chen was a child, a stone he had carried for 40 years. His career disappointments, his failed friendships. Every slight and betrayal, he had been collecting stones and carrying them all, and the weight was crushing him. That night, alone in his small room at the retreat center, Chen did something he had not done since he was a child. He wept. Not angry tears or bitter tears, but tears of grief for all the years he had wasted carrying resentment, for all the peace he had sacrificed on the altar of being right about how wrong everyone else was. He grieved for the relationships he had destroyed through his bitterness, for the joy he had been unable to experience because he was too busy nursing his wounds. And then, in the darkness of that room, Chen began to practice forgiveness, not by saying empty words or pretending he was not hurt, but by consciously choosing to set down the stones, one by one. His ex-wife's betrayal, he acknowledged that it had happened, that it had hurt deeply. And then he imagined setting that stone down and walking away from it. His children's coldness, he felt the pain of it, and then practiced releasing his grip on it. His father's harshness, that old stone that had shaped so much of his bitterness, he held it one final time and then let it go. The release was not complete or permanent. In the following days, Chen found himself picking up the stones again, found his mind returning to its familiar grooves of resentment. But now he had the awareness to notice when he was doing it, and he had experienced enough moments of peace to motivate him to keep practicing release. When the retreat ended, Chen approached Master Zhen privately. "Teacher," he said, "I have spent decades blaming everyone else for my unhappiness. I have realized that I am the one who has been making myself miserable through my constant resentment and resistance to reality. But I do not know if I can maintain this understanding when I return to my life. I am afraid I will fall back into old patterns." Master Zen smiled at him with great warmth. "You will fall back into old patterns. This is certain. The habits of decades do not dissolve in a few days. But now you have something you did not have before: the awareness to notice when you are picking up stones, and the experience of what it feels like to set them down. Each time you notice and choose to release, you are strengthening that capacity. Each time you catch yourself in resentment and choose acceptance instead, you are creating new pathways." She placed a hand on his shoulder. "Be gentle with yourself, Chen. You are learning to live in a completely new way. There will be failures and backsliding, but the direction is what matters, not the perfection of the journey. You are moving from war to peace, from resistance to acceptance, from resentment to freedom. This is the most important work any human being can do." Chen did return to his old patterns many times in the months that followed, but slowly, gradually, something fundamental shifted. He began to notice more quickly when he was adding suffering through rumination. He practiced setting down stones instead of clutching them. He stopped replaying every hurt and betrayal in his mind. And as he released his resentment, something unexpected happened. His relationships began to improve. His children, sensing something different in him, began to reach out tentatively. Where before Chen would have responded to their calls with bitterness or demands for apologies, now he simply expressed gladness to hear from them. He did not need them to acknowledge his pain or validate his victimhood. He was no longer invested in proving how wrong everyone had been. He just wanted connection, and his children responded to this new openness. 2 years after the retreat, Chen met with Master Zhen again. "Teacher," he said, "I wanted to thank you. You saved my life. I was drowning in resentment and did not even know it. You showed me that I was the one holding my head underwater, and that I could choose to surface at any time." Master Zhen shook her head gently. "I saved nothing. You saved yourself. I only pointed to the stones you were carrying. You were the one brave enough to set them down, and you continue to be brave enough to notice when you pick them up again and choose to release them. This is your practice now, for the rest of your life. Not perfection, but noticing and releasing, noticing and releasing, again and again." This teaching about the second dart, about the suffering we create through our resistance and rumination, is fundamental to finding peace. We cannot control what happens to us. We cannot control how other people behave, but we have complete control over whether we pick up the second dart, whether we add suffering to pain through our stories and resentments. As you rest here, is there a stone you are carrying? Some resentment towards someone who hurt you? Some argument with reality about how things should have been different? Can you practice what Master Zhen taught Chen? Acknowledge that the hurt happened. Feel whatever pain is genuinely present, and then practice setting down the stone. Not because the other person deserves forgiveness, but because you deserve peace. Not because what happened was okay, but because carrying the weight is exhausting you. Set down the stone. Feel how much lighter you become. This is available to you right now. In this moment, release, let go, be free. Our third story takes us to a small village where a farmer named Takeshi worked his land with dedication and care. Takeshi had been farming the same plot for 30 years, and he took great pride in his work. But recently, something had changed. A new neighbor had moved into the adjacent property, a man named Hiroshi, who farmed his land very differently from Takeshi. Hiroshi was careless. In Takeshi's view, he did not maintain his fences properly, allowing weeds from his property to spread into Takeshi's carefully tended fields. He let his chickens roam freely, and they would sometimes wander onto Takeshi's land. He played music loudly in the evenings. He piled junk in his yard that Takeshi found unsightly. Every day, Takeshi found new reasons to be irritated by his neighbor. Takeshi tried to address these issues directly. He spoke to Hiroshi politely at first, then more firmly, then with barely contained anger. But Hiroshi seemed genuinely oblivious to Takeshi's concerns. He would apologize and promise to do better, but nothing ever changed. The weeds still spread. The chickens still wandered. The music still played. Takeshi's irritation grew into obsession. He would stand at his fence line, staring at Hiroshi's messy property, cataloging everything that was wrong. He would complain to his wife every evening about his inconsiderate neighbor. He would lie awake at night, planning conversations he would have, imagining how he would finally make Hiroshi understand the disruption he was causing. The situation with his neighbor consumed more of Takeshi's mental energy than his own farm work. One day, a traveling monk named Kensho passed through the village. It was customary to offer hospitality to wandering monks, so Takeshi invited him to share a meal. As they ate, Takeshi found himself pouring out his frustration about Hiroshi. "This man is ruining my peace," Takeshi complained. "I cannot enjoy my own property anymore because I am constantly dealing with problems caused by his carelessness." Kensho listened patiently, nodding occasionally. When Takeshi finished his lengthy recitation of grievances, the monk was quiet for a moment. Then he said something unexpected. "Tell me, Takeshi, how large is your property?" Takeshi described his land, several acres that he had worked for decades. "And how much of that land does your neighbor's weeds affect?" Kensho asked. Takeshi thought about it. "Perhaps a narrow strip along our shared border, maybe 5% of my total land." "And how much of your mind does your neighbor occupy?" the monk asked gently. Takeshi paused. He realized with uncomfortable clarity that his neighbor occupied far more than 5% of his thoughts. More like 50%, maybe more. He thought about Hiroshi constantly when he woke up, throughout his workday, during meals, before bed. His neighbor had taken up residence not on his land but in his mind, and Takeshi had given him unlimited space there. "You see," Kensho continued, "your neighbor's weeds affect 5% of your land, but you have allowed your thoughts about your neighbor to take over the majority of your mental landscape. He is not ruining your peace. You are ruining your peace by giving him so much space in your mind. He is living his life, probably not thinking about you at all, but you are giving him free rent in the most valuable property you own, your consciousness." Takeshi felt defensive. "But what he is doing is wrong. Should I just accept it? Should I do nothing?" "I did not say do nothing," Kensho replied calmly. "Address what needs to be addressed. Repair your fence, pull the weeds, return the chickens, take practical action. But do all of this without the suffering you are adding through your constant mental occupation with the problem. The weeds are just weeds, they need to be pulled. And then you move on. But you are not moving on. You are pulling the weeds while also building elaborate narratives about your neighbor's character, replaying past conversations, imagining future confrontations. This mental activity does not help with the weeds. It only makes you miserable." The monk stood and walked to the window, looking out at Takeshi's well-maintained fields. "Let me tell you a teaching from the Buddha. One day, a man came to the Buddha, angry about something the Buddha had taught. This man insulted the Buddha, calling him terrible names, trying to provoke him. The Buddha listened calmly and then asked, 'If someone offers you a gift and you do not accept it, to whom does the gift belong?' The man, confused, replied, 'It would still belong to the one who offered it.' The Buddha said, 'That is correct. You have offered me the gift of your anger and insults. I do not accept this gift. Therefore, it remains yours. You will carry it home with you today. Kensho turned back to Takeshi. Your neighbor is offering you the gift of irritation every day. Untended property, wandering chickens, loud music. These are his gifts. But you do not have to accept them. You can deal with the practical aspects, fix what needs fixing, set boundaries where needed without accepting the gift of mental torment. When you obsess over his behavior, when you let it occupy your thoughts, when you replay grievances and imagine confrontations, you are accepting his gift. You are taking his problems and making them yours to carry. Takeshi sat with this teaching, feeling resistance but also recognition. But how do I not accept the gift? When I see his messy property, when I hear his music, how do I not react? You will react, Kensho said. A feeling of irritation may arise. This is natural. But watch what happens next. Does the irritation simply arise and pass, like a wave on the ocean? Or do you grab it, feed it, build it into a story, turn it into a major production? The feeling itself lasts perhaps 10 seconds if you do not feed it, but you can make it last hours, days, by the attention you give it, by the thoughts you add to it. The monk returned to his seat. Here is a practice for you. When you notice yourself thinking about your neighbor, and you will notice this many times each day, I want you to do something very simple. Take a breath and say to yourself silently, "Not my business." Your neighbor's choices about how to maintain his property, how to live his life, these are not your business. Yes, where his choices affect your property, you handle that practically, but his character, his values, his approach to life, none of this is your business. When you find yourself judging him, thinking about what he should do differently, how he should change, say to yourself, "Not my business," and return your attention to your own life. Over the following weeks, Takeshi practiced this teaching. It was remarkable how often he found himself thinking about Hiroshi, and how much mental energy he had been wasting on something that, as Kensho had pointed out, was ultimately not his business. Every time he caught himself obsessing about his neighbor, he would practice, "Not my business," and he would return his attention to his own farm, his own family, his own life. The external situation did not change. Hiroshi remained careless. Weeds still spread occasionally, chickens still wandered, but Takeshi's internal experience transformed completely. He still took practical action when needed, pulled weeds, mended fences, politely returned chickens, but these became simple tasks rather than fuel for resentment. He stopped giving Hiroshi unlimited rent-free space in his mind. One day, several months after Kensho's visit, Takeshi was working near the property line when Hiroshi called out to him, "Takeshi, I want to thank you. You have been so patient with me. I know I am not the most organized neighbor. I am trying to do better." Takeshi felt something warm in his chest, not the bitter satisfaction of having his grievances acknowledged, but genuine goodwill toward this flawed fellow human being. "We all do our best," Takeshi said simply. "Your chickens are quite entertaining. Actually, my daughter enjoys watching them." Hiroshi laughed, and they talked for a few minutes about the weather, the crops, small village matters. When Takeshi returned to his work, he realized something profound had shifted. He no longer saw Hiroshi as the enemy, the source of his problems. He saw him as just another person, imperfect, like everyone, doing his best with the understanding he had. And in releasing his resentment, Takeshi had freed himself from a prison of his own making. Years later, when Takeshi told this story to his grandchildren, he would say, "I learned that day that peace is not about controlling other people or making the world conform to your preferences. Peace is about understanding what is truly your business and what is not, about taking care of what is yours to handle and releasing what is not." My neighbor did not change much, but I changed completely, and in changing, I found a peace that no external circumstance could disturb. This teaching about not accepting gifts of irritation, about recognizing what is and is not your business, is essential for peace. We waste enormous amounts of energy trying to control things beyond our control, other people's behavior, other people's choices, other people's opinions. We take on burdens that are not ours to carry, accepting gifts of irritation that we could simply decline. As you rest here, can you notice if there is someone in your life who occupies more space in your mind than they should? Someone whose behavior irritates you, someone you wish would change, someone you spend mental energy judging or resenting. Can you practice what Kensho taught Takeshi? Take a breath and say silently, "Not my business. Their life, their choices, their way of being, not your business." Where their behavior affects you directly, handle it practically, but release the mental occupation, the judgment, the resentment. Decline the gift of irritation. Let them live in their own mind while you reclaim the space in yours. This is how you find peace, not by controlling others, but by releasing your grip on what was never yours to control. Our fourth story takes us to a monastery where a young nun named Aiko was struggling with what she believed was a spiritual failing. Aiko had been practicing meditation for 3 years, and she was tormented by what she perceived as her inability to quiet her mind. During meditation, her thoughts seemed to multiply rather than subside. She would spend entire sitting sessions lost in thought, only occasionally remembering she was supposed to be meditating. She watched other practitioners who seemed to sit in perfect stillness and assumed they had achieved something she was fundamentally incapable of achieving. Aiko's frustration grew with each meditation session. She began to dread sitting practice because it felt like repeated failure. She would think, "Here I am again, unable to meditate properly. What is wrong with me? Why can everyone else do this except me?" These thoughts about failing at meditation became another layer of mental activity, making the problem even worse. Finally, in desperation, Aiko approached the monastery's teacher, an elderly nun named Setsuko, who had practiced for over 60 years. "Teacher," Aiko said, her voice heavy with defeat, "I cannot meditate. My mind never stops. I have tried everything, counting breaths, following the breath, watching thoughts, but nothing works. Perhaps I am not suited for this practice. Perhaps I should leave the monastery." Setsuko looked at Aiko with eyes that held both compassion and amusement. "Tell me," she said, "how do you know your mind never stops?" Aiko was confused by the question. "Because I am constantly thinking during meditation. Thoughts never stop arising." "And who notices that thoughts are arising?" Setsuko asked gently. Aiko paused. "I notice. I am aware of the thoughts. And is this awareness that notices thoughts also thinking?" Setsuko pressed. Aiko had to consider this carefully. When she noticed that she was lost in thought, there was a moment of clear awareness. "Oh, I am thinking." In that moment of noticing, there was awareness but not thinking. The awareness that new thinking was happening was itself not thinking. "No," Aiko said slowly, something beginning to dawn in her understanding. "The awareness that notices thinking is not itself thinking." Setsuko smiled. "This is the key you have been missing. You have been identifying meditation with having no thoughts, with achieving some special state of mental emptiness. But this is not meditation. Meditation is not the absence of thoughts. Meditation is the presence of awareness, regardless of whether thoughts are present or not." She gestured for Aiko to sit beside her on a bench in the garden. "Let me explain something that will transform your practice. You believe you are failing at meditation because thoughts arise, but thoughts arising is not failure. It is not even a problem. Thoughts are what the mind does. Just as secreting saliva is what the mouth does. Just as beating is what the heart does. The mind produces thoughts. This is its nature." Setsuko picked up a fallen leaf from the bench. "Look at this tree. Does it fail when leaves grow? Does it fail when leaves fall? No. Growing leaves and dropping leaves are both what trees do. Your mind is like this tree. Sometimes it produces many thoughts. This is like spring when leaves are abundant. Sometimes it produces fewer thoughts. This is like winter when the tree is bare. Neither state is better or worse. Both are the tree being itself. But teacher, Aiko protested, surely the goal is to have fewer thoughts, to eventually achieve a quiet mind. Setsuko shook her head. The goal is not to control thought, but to change your relationship to thought. Right now, you are identified with thoughts. When thoughts arise, you believe you are failing. When you are lost in thought, you believe you are not meditating. But this belief is the actual problem, not the thoughts themselves. She held up one finger. There are two elements in every moment of meditation. First, there is whatever is happening, thoughts, silence, sensations, sounds. Second, there is the awareness that knows what is happening. Most people focus only on the first element. They judge the content of their experience. This is good meditation because my mind is quiet, or this is bad meditation because I'm thinking. But true meditation is resting in the second element, the awareness itself. Setsuko looked directly at Aiko. When you are sitting and thoughts arise, you are not failing at meditation, you are meditating. The awareness that knows thinking is happening, this awareness is meditation. When you notice you have been lost in thought for several minutes and you return to your breath, you are not failing. You are meditating. The moment of noticing, the moment of returning, this is meditation. So I should just let my mind wander? Aiko asked, still confused. Not exactly, Setsuko replied. The practice is this. You sit with the intention to be present to your breath. Thoughts will arise, this is certain. When you notice you have been thinking, you gently return attention to the breath. Not with frustration, not with judgment, but with kindness. You might return to the breath 10,000 times in a single sitting. Each return is the practice. Each noticing is meditation. She continued, what you have been doing is sitting with the intention to have no thoughts, and then judging yourself harshly every time a thought arises. This is not meditation. This is warfare with yourself. You are trying to control something that is not meant to be controlled. You are treating the natural function of your mind as evidence of personal failure. Setsuko stood and walked to a small fountain in the garden where water flowed continuously. Look at this water. Does it try not to flow? Does it judge itself when it moves? No. It simply flows according to its nature. Your thoughts are like this water. They flow. This is what they do. The practice is not to stop the flow, but to be the awareness that witnesses the flow without being swept away by it. How do I practice this? Aiko asked, feeling a desperate hope that perhaps she had not been failing after all, that perhaps she had simply misunderstood what she was supposed to be doing. When you sit tomorrow, Setsuko said, sit with a new understanding. You are not sitting to achieve no thoughts. You are sitting to practice awareness. When you are aware of your breath, this is meditation. When you notice you are thinking, this is meditation. When you return to your breath after being lost in thought, this is meditation. All of it is practice. The only failure would be to stop noticing, to give up the practice entirely. She placed a gentle hand on Aiko's shoulder. And let me tell you something else. Those other practitioners you watch who seem to sit in perfect stillness, they are having thoughts too. Everyone has thoughts during meditation. The difference is that they have learned not to judge themselves for it, not to make it a problem. They have understood what I am teaching you now, that meditation is not about the content of experience, but about the quality of awareness you bring to whatever content is present. That evening, Aiko sat for meditation with completely new understanding. Thoughts arose almost immediately, her mind planning tomorrow's tasks, remembering a conversation from earlier, wondering if she was doing the practice correctly. But instead of her usual despair, Aiko simply noticed, planning thoughts, memory, wandering. And with each noticing, she experienced a moment of clear awareness. She was not the thoughts. She was the awareness that new thoughts were present. She returned her attention to her breath. Within seconds, she was thinking again, this time about what Setsuko had taught her. analyzing whether she was practicing correctly now. Thinking about practice, she noted with the slightest smile and returned to the breath. This cycle continued throughout the sitting, attention on breath, thoughts arising, noticing the thoughts, returning to breath. But now it did not feel like failure. It felt like practice. Each return was not evidence of having failed, but evidence of being aware, of choosing to redirect attention, of being awake to her experience. And in one brief moment, perhaps lasting only a few seconds, Aiko experienced something new. She was sitting, breathing, completely present. No thoughts were arising. But more importantly, she was not trying to make thoughts not arise. She was simply being aware of the breath, aware of the awareness itself. And in that moment, she understood what Setsuko had been pointing to. This awareness that was present, whether thoughts were there or not, this was her true nature, unchanging, always peaceful, always clear. The moment passed, thoughts returned. But now Aiko knew something she had not known before. Peace was not in achieving some special state of no thoughts. Peace was in recognizing the awareness that was present through all states, thought-filled or thought-free. She was that awareness. She had always been that awareness. She had just been too busy judging herself to notice. Over the following months, Aiko's practice deepened, not because her mind became quieter, it did not, but because she stopped fighting with her mind. She stopped judging her meditation sessions as good or bad based on how many thoughts arose. She simply sat, again and again, practicing awareness. Some days her mind was very busy, some days it was quieter, but every day, awareness was present, witnessing it all. One day, a new practitioner came to Aiko, expressing the same frustrations Aiko had felt a year earlier. "I cannot meditate," the new practitioner said. "My mind never stops thinking." Aiko smiled, remembering her conversation with Setsuko. "Tell me," she said, "how do you know your mind is thinking?" And as she began to pass on Setsuko's teaching, Aiko felt profound gratitude. She had learned that the greatest obstacle to peace is not what we experience, but how we judge what we experience. Thoughts were not the enemy. Judgment of thoughts was the enemy. Awareness was always present, always peaceful, always enough. She had just needed to stop fighting long enough to notice it. This teaching about meditation, about the difference between content and awareness, is transformative for anyone who has struggled with practice. We create so much unnecessary suffering by believing we are supposed to have particular experiences, by judging ourselves when our meditation does not match some imagined ideal. But meditation is not about achieving special states. It is about recognizing the awareness that is present through all states. As you rest here, thoughts may be arising. Perhaps many thoughts. Perhaps your mind feels busy. This is not a problem. This is not failure. You are not doing anything wrong. Notice that you are aware of the thoughts. That awareness, right there, is what you are seeking. Not the absence of thoughts, but the recognition of the awareness that knows thoughts are present. Rest in that awareness. Let thoughts come and go like clouds in the sky. The sky is never disturbed by clouds, and the awareness that you are is never disturbed by thoughts. Our fifth story takes us to a coastal town where a woman named Yumi had built what appeared to be a perfect life. At 53 years old, Yumi had achieved everything she had worked toward, a successful business she had built from nothing, a beautiful home overlooking the ocean, financial security beyond what she had imagined possible as a young woman. Her friends envied her success. Her family was proud of her accomplishments. By every external measure, Yumi had won at life. But Yumi carried a secret that she shared with no one. Despite all her success, despite having checked every box on her life's to-do list, she felt empty inside. There was a hollowness at her center that no achievement could fill. A persistent sense that something essential was missing, even though she could not name what it was. She had spent 30 years climbing a ladder, only to reach the top and discover it was leaning against the wrong wall. Yumi tried to fill the emptiness with more achievement, She expanded her business, bought a vacation property, traveled to exotic locations, acquired beautiful possessions. But nothing worked. The emptiness remained, and worse, it seemed to be growing. She began to wake in the middle of the night with a feeling she could only describe as existential dread, a sense that her entire life had been misdirected, that she had wasted her precious years pursuing things that ultimately did not matter. One evening, unable to bear the emptiness any longer, Yumi attended a talk at a local meditation center. She had no particular interest in Buddhism, but she was desperate enough to try anything. The speaker was an elderly monk named Daisetsu who had practiced for 50 years. He spoke simply, without any attempt at eloquence, about the difference between having and being. Most people, Daisetsu said, his voice soft but clear, spend their entire lives focused on having more money, having more success, having more possessions, having more experiences, and there is nothing wrong with any of these things. But if you focus only on having, you miss the most important question. Who is doing the having? Who are you beneath all the things you have accumulated? He paused, looking around the room. You can have everything the world offers and still feel empty if you do not know who you are. You can have nothing and feel complete if you know your true nature. The emptiness so many people experience despite their success is not a problem to be solved by acquiring more. It is a call from your deepest self, inviting you to stop acquiring and start being. Yumi felt as if Daisetsu was speaking directly to her, though he could not possibly know her specific situation. She stayed after the talk and approached him. "Teacher," she said, "everything you described is my experience. I have built a successful life, but I feel empty. How do I find what is missing?" Daisetsu looked at her with eyes that seemed to see past all her accomplishments to something deeper. "Nothing is missing," he said gently. "This is the first thing you must understand. The emptiness you feel is not because something is absent. It is because you have been looking in the wrong direction." He gestured for her to sit with him on a bench outside the meditation hall. "Tell me, Yumi, who were you before you built your business? Before you achieved success? Before you acquired all your possessions?" Yumi thought about this. "I was just a young woman with dreams of success." "And who were you before those dreams? Before you decided what you wanted to achieve?" Yumi struggled to answer. "I was just a child, I suppose." "And who were you before you learned language? Before you developed a personality? Before you took on an identity?" Daisetsu pressed. Yumi could not answer. She had never thought about this. Her entire life, she had been adding layers: education, skills, achievements, possessions, identity. She had been building an elaborate structure, but she had never questioned what lay beneath all that building. "This is what I mean about being versus having been built," Daisetsu explained. "You have spent 53 years adding layers, becoming someone, building an identity, and now you feel empty because despite all the layers, you still do not know who you fundamentally are beneath them all. You have been running away from yourself through constant achievement, and now the running has stopped working. The emptiness you feel is actually your true nature calling you home, inviting you to stop running and finally meet yourself." "But how?" Yumi asked. "How do I meet myself when I have spent my whole life building this identity? How do I find what lies beneath?" Daisetsu smiled. "You stop adding and start subtracting. Instead of asking, 'What more can I achieve?' you ask, 'What can I let go of?' Instead of, 'Who can I become?' you ask, 'Who am I already, beneath all the becoming?' This is the practice of returning to your original nature, the Buddha nature that has been here all along, buried under layers of achievement and identity." He stood slowly, his old body moving with care. "Come to the meditation center tomorrow morning. I will teach you a practice of subtraction, of returning, of discovering what has always been here beneath all your striving." The next morning, Yumi arrived at the meditation center before dawn. Daisetsu was already there, sitting in meditation. When the bell rang to signal the end of the sitting, he turned to Yumi. "Today I will teach you a practice we call, Who am I?" It is very simple, but very profound. You sit quietly and ask yourself this question, "Who am I?" But you do not answer with any of your usual identities. Not your name, not your profession, not your roles, not your achievements. You go deeper. He demonstrated. I ask, "Who am I?" The first answer might be, "I am Daisetsu, a monk," but this is just a name and a role. So I ask again, "Who am I beneath this name and role?" The next answer might be, "I am someone who practices meditation, who teaches, who has these particular experiences." But these are still identities, things I have acquired. So I ask again, "Who am I beneath all these identities?" Daisetsu looked at Yumi. You keep asking, keep peeling away layers, until you reach something that cannot be named, cannot be described, cannot be grasped as an object. You reach the awareness itself, the consciousness that witnesses all experience but is not itself any particular experience. This is your true nature. This is what you have been seeking through all your achievements. Over the following weeks, Yumi practiced this inquiry daily. At first, she could only get to surface answers: her name, her profession, her roles as mother and business owner. But gradually, with patient practice, she began to go deeper. She started to see that all these identities were things she had acquired, roles she played, but not what she fundamentally was. One morning, about a month into her practice, something shifted. Yumi was sitting in meditation, asking, "Who am I?" for perhaps the 1,000th time. And suddenly, she could not find any answer. There was no identity she could point to, no description that fit, no way to capture in words what she actually was. And in that moment of not knowing, of complete emptiness of identity, she touched something she had never experienced before. There was awareness, pure, simple awareness. Not awareness of anything in particular, just awareness itself. And this awareness was completely peaceful, completely whole, completely sufficient. It needed nothing added to it. It was not empty in the sense of lacking something. It was empty in the sense of being free from all the clutter, all the layers, all the striving. Tears flowed down Yumi's face. She realized that what she had been experiencing as painful emptiness was actually her true nature trying to reveal itself. The emptiness was not absence, but presence. The presence of awareness that had been buried under decades of achievement and identity building. She had been seeking fulfillment through having, when what she needed was to return to being. When she opened her eyes, Daisetsu was watching her with a knowing smile. "You have found it," he said simply. "I have found nothing," Yumi replied. "And that nothing is everything. I spent 30 years building an identity, collecting achievements, trying to make myself into someone worthy. But beneath all that building was this awareness that was already complete, already whole, already enough. I was already home. I just did not know it, because I was too busy running." Daisetsu nodded. "Yes. And now you know. But understanding this once is not enough. The habit of identifying with achievements and roles is very strong. You will forget many times. You will return to measuring your worth by your success. This is natural. The practice is to remember again and again, to return again and again to this recognition of what you truly are beneath all the layers." Yumi's life did not change dramatically on the outside. She continued running her business, living in her beautiful home, engaging with the world. But internally, everything was different. She no longer needed success to prove her worth. She no longer needed achievement to fill an emptiness. She engaged with work and life, not from a sense of lack, but from a sense of wholeness. The business decisions she made became clearer because they were not driven by ego's need to prove something. Her relationships deepened because she was no longer relating from the false self of achievement, but from authentic presence. and the emptiness that had plagued her transformed into spaciousness, not an absence but a fullness that did not depend on anything external. Years later, when other successful people came to Yumi expressing the same emptiness she had felt, she would tell them about Daisetsu's teaching. "You are looking for yourself in your achievements," she would say gently, "but you will never find yourself there. Your true nature is not something you achieve, it is what you already are beneath all the achieving. Stop adding, start subtracting. Ask yourself, who am I? And keep asking until you reach the awareness that cannot be named, cannot be grasped, but is more real than anything you have ever accomplished." This teaching about the difference between having and being, about discovering what lies beneath all our achievements and identities, speaks to a suffering that is epidemic in our success-oriented culture. We are taught to build ourselves, to become someone, to achieve and accumulate. And there is nothing wrong with these things, but if we know only how to add and never how to subtract, only how to become and never how to simply be, we will experience the emptiness Yumi felt no matter how much we achieve. As you rest here, can you practice Yumi's inquiry? Not as a mental exercise, but as a genuine exploration. Who are you beneath your name, beneath your roles as parent, worker, friend, beneath your achievements and failures, beneath all the identities you have accumulated? Keep asking, keep going deeper, until you reach the awareness itself. This awareness that is experiencing this moment right now. This is what you truly are. This is what you have been seeking through all your striving. And it is already here. It has always been here. You are already home. Our sixth story takes us to a mountain temple where a middle-aged man named Kenji had come to study with a renowned Zen master named Hakuin. Kenji had read extensively about Buddhism and considered himself quite knowledgeable. He had memorized key teachings, could quote sutras, and had strong opinions about the proper way to practice. He came to the temple expecting to impress Master Hakuin with his understanding and perhaps receive confirmation that he was already quite advanced on the path. When Kenji arrived, he was asked to wait in a simple room while Master Hakuin finished his morning work. After some time, Hakuin entered carrying a tea tray. He was a small man in his 80s, his face deeply lined, his movements slow but precise. He sat across from Kenji and began to pour tea. "Tell me about your study of Buddhism," Hakuin said as he poured. Kenji launched into an elaborate explanation of what he had learned, quoting various teachers, explaining complex philosophical concepts, demonstrating his knowledge. As he spoke, Hakuin continued pouring tea into Kenji's cup. The cup filled, and still Hakuin poured. The tea reached the rim, began to overflow, spilling onto the saucer, then onto the table. "Master," Kenji exclaimed, jumping back as tea splashed toward him. "The cup is full. No more will go in." Hakuin set down the teapot and looked at Kenji with steady eyes. "Like this cup," he said calmly. "You are full of your own opinions and ideas. How can I teach you unless you first empty your cup?" Kenji felt his face flush. He had come to the temple full of pride in his knowledge, expecting validation, and within minutes he had been shown that his knowledge was actually an obstacle. His cup was indeed full of concepts, opinions, certainty about what Buddhism was and what it meant. There was no room for actual experience, for direct encounter with reality, for genuine learning. "I understand," Kenji said quietly. "I came here thinking I knew something, but I see now that my knowledge is in the way. How do I empty my cup?" Hakuin smiled slightly. "You have already begun by recognizing it is full. Now comes the harder part, living with not knowing, with uncertainty, with the discomfort of emptiness. Your mind will want to fill the cup again immediately with new concepts, new certainties. The practice is to remain empty, to stay in the openness of not knowing." Over the following days, Kenji discovered how difficult this was. Every time he experienced something in his practice, his mind immediately wanted to categorize it, explain it, fit it into his conceptual framework. His mind would say, "This is the experience of one-pointed concentration that I read about," or "This must be the beginning of insight." His mind could not tolerate direct experience without immediately wrapping it in concepts. Hakuin gave Kenji a practice that was designed to frustrate his conceptual mind. "I want you to sit and contemplate this question. What is your original face before your parents were born?" Hakuin instructed. "Do not answer with concepts. Do not think about it. Just sit with the question, letting it work on you." Kenji tried, but his mind immediately generated answers. "My original face is Buddha nature. My original face is emptiness. My original face is consciousness." He brought these answers to Hakuin, who rejected each one. "These are just ideas you have borrowed from books." Hakuin said, "I am not asking what you have read. I am asking what you directly know. Go back and sit with the question." Days turned into weeks. Kenji sat with the question until he thought he would go mad. His mind generated hundreds of answers, each one rejected. He exhausted every concept, every idea, every teaching he had ever encountered. And finally, in desperation, he stopped trying to answer the question. He just sat with it, not knowing, not understanding, completely empty of concepts. And in that emptiness, something shifted. There was a moment where the question itself dissolved, where the one asking and what was being asked about collapsed into each other, where all separation between subject and object vanished. Kenji could not put into words what he experienced in that moment. It was not a concept, it was not an idea, it was direct, immediate, intimate knowing that bypassed all conceptual understanding. When he went to Hakuin, he said nothing. He simply bowed deeply. Hakuin looked at him and nodded once. "Now your cup has some space in it. Now you can begin to learn." Kenji stayed at the temple for 3 years. During that time, he discovered that emptying his cup was not a one-time event, but an ongoing practice. Every day, his mind would try to fill up with new concepts, new certainties, new ways of feeling special or advanced. And every day, he had to practice letting go, returning to not knowing, remaining open to direct experience rather than hiding behind conceptual understanding. One afternoon, Kenji was working in the temple garden alongside Hakuin. They worked in silence for a long time, pulling weeds, turning soil. Finally, Kenji asked, "Master, I have practiced here for 3 years now. I have had several experiences that seemed significant, but I still do not feel I understand what Zen is really about. When will I finally get it?" Hakuin stopped working and looked at Kenji. "You are still seeking something to get, something to understand, something to add to your cup. But Zen is not about getting, it is about losing. It is about losing your conceptual understanding, losing your need to know, losing your separation from this moment exactly as it is." He pointed to a weed Kenji had just pulled. "What is this?" "A weed," Kenji said. "That is a concept," Hakuin replied. "What is this before you name it, before you categorize it, before you decide whether it is good or bad, useful or useless?" Kenji looked at the plant in his hand. He tried to see it without the label weed, without judgment, without any conceptual overlay. And for a moment, he saw it simply as it was: form, color, texture, life expressing itself. Not a weed, not good or bad, just this, just as it is. "Yes," Hakuin said, seeing something shift in Kenji's face. "This is Zen. Not understanding Zen, not getting Zen, just being completely present to this. Without the filter of concepts, you have been seeking understanding, but understanding is the barrier. Life is not a concept to be understood. It is a reality to be lived, to be experienced directly." Kenji felt tears welling up in his eyes. He had spent years accumulating knowledge about Buddhism, believing that understanding would bring him peace, would give him something special, would make him enlightened. But Hakuin was pointing to something completely different. a way of being that required no knowledge, no understanding, no concepts at all, just direct, immediate presence to life, exactly as it is. "Master," Kenji said, his voice thick with emotion, "I have wasted so much time filling my cup with concepts when I could have been actually living, actually present. How do I recover all those lost years?" Hakuin smiled gently. "You are still thinking in terms of having and lacking, of achieving and wasting. Those years were not wasted. They brought you here, to this moment, to this recognition. And this moment is all there is. You cannot recover the past because it does not exist. You can only be present to now. Stop trying to understand this moment and simply be this moment. This is the practice." When Kenji eventually left the temple to return to his life, he carried with him not more knowledge but less. He had lost his certainty, his need to understand, his conceptual framework, and in losing these things, he had gained something far more valuable, the ability to meet life directly, without the buffer of concepts, without the need to categorize and explain everything he experienced. Years later, when students came to Kenji seeking teachings, he would often begin by pouring tea, and sometimes he would pour too much, letting it overflow, watching to see if they understood. "Your cup is full," he would say to those who came with many ideas and much knowledge. "Before I can share anything with you, you must first be willing to empty it, not to fill it with my teachings, but to discover what is already here when you stop filling it with anyone's teachings." This teaching about emptying the cup, about the difference between conceptual knowledge and direct experience, is crucial for anyone on a spiritual path. We live in an age of information overload, where we can read 1,000 books about presence without ever being present, can learn 100 techniques for peace without ever actually being at peace. We collect teachings like possessions, filling our cups until they overflow, all the while missing the direct, simple reality that is always here, always available, always complete. As you rest here, can you practice emptying your cup? Let go of everything you think you know about rest, about meditation, about how this moment should be. Let go of trying to understand what is happening. Let go of measuring whether you are doing this correctly. Just be here, directly experiencing this moment without any conceptual overlay. This breath, this sensation, this awareness, not understanding it, not analyzing it, not improving it, just being it. This is what Hakuin was pointing to. This is what Kenji discovered. And it is available to you right now, in this moment, if you can let your cup be empty enough to receive it. Our seventh story takes us to a busy hospital where a doctor named Masako had been working for 25 years. Masako was highly skilled and deeply committed to her patients, often working long hours and taking on extra shifts to ensure everyone received excellent care. Her colleagues admired her dedication. Her patients loved her. By all accounts, she was an exemplary physician. But something inside Masako was breaking. The accumulated weight of 25 years of bearing witness to suffering, of making life and death decisions, of holding space for patients' fear and families' grief, had taken a toll she could no longer ignore. She was exhausted in a way that sleep could not cure. She felt numb, disconnected, as if she were going through the motions of care without actually being present. And worst of all, she had begun to experience something that terrified her: compassion fatigue. She was starting to feel nothing when patients suffered, just a hollow emptiness where care used to be. Masako knew she was approaching burnout, but she did not know what to do. She had tried taking vacations, but the relief was temporary. She had tried therapy, which helped somewhat, but did not address the core issue. The problem was not that she needed rest or better coping strategies. The problem was that she had been giving and giving for 25 years without understanding how to renew what she was giving from. One evening, a colleague noticed Masako sitting alone in the break room, staring at nothing, tears running silently down her face. Masako, the colleague said gently, you need help. Not professional help. You need something deeper. There is a Buddhist center not far from here that teaches about compassion and caring without burning out. Would you go? Just once. For me, Masako went, mostly because she was too tired to refuse. The teacher that evening was a monk named Jiko, who had worked as a hospice chaplain for many years before fully entering monastic life. He spoke about what he called the difference between empathy and compassion. Many people, Jiko said, believe that caring for others means taking on their suffering, feeling their pain as if it were your own. This is empathy, and while it has value, it is not sustainable. If you feel every patient's suffering as your own, you will drown in suffering. This is what you call compassion fatigue, but it is actually empathy fatigue. He paused, looking around the room with eyes that held both depth and gentleness. True compassion is different. Compassion means you are present to another's suffering without taking it into yourself. You witness their pain with full attention and care, but you do not make it your pain. You remain grounded in a place of inner peace while simultaneously being completely present to their experience. This is how the Buddha could be present to all the suffering in the world without being destroyed by it. Masako felt something stir inside her. This distinction between empathy and compassion, no one had ever explained it to her before. She had always believed that good caring meant feeling everything her patients felt, carrying their pain with her. She had worn her exhaustion like a badge of honor, proof that she cared deeply. But Jiko was suggesting a different way. After the talk, Masako approached Jiko. Teacher, what you described, being present to suffering without taking it into yourself, this sounds ideal, but impossible. How do I do this? How do I care for my patients without absorbing their pain? Jiko gestured for her to walk with him in the garden outside the meditation center. It begins with understanding that you are not actually helping your patients by taking on their suffering. When you absorb their pain, you become less able to be present for them, less able to think clearly, less able to provide good care. You deplete yourself without actually reducing their suffering. This is neither skillful nor compassionate. He stopped beside a small pond. Look at this water. When rain falls, the pond receives it. The surface is disturbed. Ripples spread. But the pond is not harmed by the rain. The pond does not become the rain. It simply receives it, allows it to enter, and remains itself still, deep, capable of receiving more rain. You must learn to be like this pond. Jiko continued. Your patient's suffering is like rain. You can receive it, be present to it, respond to it skillfully, but you do not become it. You remain grounded in your own center, in your own peace, even while fully present to their experience. Masako shook her head. But how? How do I remain peaceful when I am surrounded by suffering all day? This is where practice becomes essential, Jiko replied. You cannot pour from an empty cup. You cannot offer genuine care if you have depleted yourself. Each morning, you must tend to your own inner peace, not as a luxury, not as something you do if you have time, but as the foundation of your ability to serve. This is not selfish. This is necessary. He led her to a bench and they sat together. Let me teach you a practice. Each morning before work, spend even just 10 minutes sitting quietly. Connect with your breath. Feel your body. Touch the stillness that lives beneath all the activity of your life. Remind yourself that this stillness is your foundation, your source. It is not created by circumstances being pleasant, and it cannot be destroyed by circumstances being difficult. It is simply here, always here. Jiko continued. Then, as you move through your day with patience, practice this. Be fully present to each person. Listen completely. Care genuinely. But after each encounter, especially difficult ones, pause. Take 3 conscious breaths. Feel your feet on the ground. Touch that stillness inside yourself. Release what you have just witnessed. Do not carry it forward into the next encounter. Each moment is fresh. Each patient deserves your full presence. not presence that is depleted by carrying the weight of everyone who came before. But isn't that cold? Masako protested. Isn't releasing their suffering a form of not caring? No, Jiko said firmly. Releasing their suffering from your own system is what allows you to continue caring. If you carry every patient's pain, you will burn out, and then you cannot help anyone. But if you are present fully in each moment and then release, you can serve endlessly without depleting yourself. The pond can receive infinite rain because it does not try to hold all the rain that has ever fallen. It receives what is here now, and then allows it to flow through. He looked at her with deep compassion. You have been trying to save everyone by taking on their suffering, but you cannot save anyone this way. You can only destroy yourself. What patients need is not for you to suffer with them. They need you to be a stable, clear, peaceful presence in the midst of their storm. They need you to be the pond, steady, deep, unshaken, so they have something solid to hold on to when everything in their world is falling apart. Masako felt something breaking open inside her chest. Years of accumulated grief and exhaustion beginning to move. I am so tired, she whispered. I am so tired of carrying all of it. I know, Jiko said gently. And you can set it down now. You can serve your patients beautifully without carrying their suffering. This is what the Buddha taught: compassion without attachment. Present to suffering, responsive to suffering, but not identified with suffering. This is sustainable compassion. This is what allows you to serve for a lifetime without burning out. Masako began practicing what Jiko taught. Each morning, before going to the hospital, she would sit for 15 minutes, connecting with the stillness inside herself, reminding herself that this stillness was her foundation. At first, within, with Halv and Henvin, her mind was so habituated to anxiety and overwhelm that she could barely find any stillness. But she persisted, and gradually, she began to touch something beneath all the mental noise, a peace that was always there, waiting for her attention. At the hospital, she practiced pausing between patients. 3 breaths, feet on ground, release. At first, this felt impossible. There was always too much to do, too many people waiting. But she forced herself to do it anyway, even if just for 10 seconds, and she began to notice a difference. Instead of accumulating weight throughout the day, feeling heavier and more depleted with each patient, she found she could remain relatively steady. Each encounter was its own moment, complete in itself, not weighted down by everything that came before. The most profound shift came about 3 months into her practice. Masako was with a patient who was dying, a young woman only 35 years old, leaving behind 2 small children. The situation was heartbreaking. The old Masako would have absorbed this suffering completely, would have carried the young woman's terror and the family's grief, would have gone home that night, unable to sleep, replaying the scene over and over. But something different happened. Masako was completely present to the young woman. She held her hand, listened to her fears, offered whatever comfort was possible. Her care was genuine, deep, fully engaged. But beneath it all, Masako remained connected to her own center, to the stillness that could not be disturbed even by this tragedy. She was the pond receiving the rain, present to the suffering without becoming the suffering. When the young woman died, Masako sat with the family, held space for their grief, offered her presence. And then, when she left that room, she paused in the hallway. 3 breaths, feet on ground. She acknowledged the sadness she felt. It was real. It was appropriate, but she did not carry it forward. She released it, honored it, and released it, so she could be fully present for the next patient who needed her. Walking to her car that evening, Masako realized something extraordinary. She was sad about the young woman's death. The sadness was appropriate, was part of being human, was even part of caring. But she was not destroyed by it. She was not drowning in it. She had been fully present to the suffering without taking it into herself. And this had not made her cold or distant. If anything, She had been more present, more caring, because she was not distracted by the burden of carrying everyone's pain. She went to see Jiko again to thank him. "You have given me my life back," she told him. "For years I thought the only way to be a good doctor was to take on my patient's suffering, to prove I cared by how much I carried. But you taught me that true compassion is being fully present without absorbing. I can care deeply without drowning. I can serve without depleting myself." Jiko smiled. "You have learned one of the most important teachings for anyone who serves others. Sustainable compassion requires that you remain grounded in your own peace. This is not selfish. This is essential. When you take care of your own inner stillness, you become an infinite source of care for others. When you deplete yourself, you have nothing left to give," he continued. The Buddha spent 6 years in extreme ascetic practice, depriving himself, pushing himself to the edge of death, thinking this was the path to enlightenment. But he discovered it was not. He discovered that the middle way, taking care of himself while also practicing deeply, was what allowed him to serve all beings. This is what you are learning now. Taking care of your own peace is not separate from serving others. It is the foundation of serving others. Years later, Masako taught workshops for other healthcare workers about preventing burnout. She would always begin with Jiko's teaching about the pond. "You are not helping your patients by drowning in their suffering," she would say. "You are helping them by being a stable peaceful presence that they can hold on to in the midst of their storm. Tend to your own stillness, ground yourself in peace, and from that groundedness, offer compassionate presence. This is sustainable service. This is how you can serve for a lifetime without burning out." This teaching about sustainable compassion, about being present without absorbing, is crucial for anyone who serves others: parents, teachers, caregivers, healers, anyone whose work involves being present to suffering. We are taught that caring means taking on others' pain, that we prove our love by how much we sacrifice. But this is a path to depletion and burnout. True compassion is being fully present while remaining grounded in your own peace, being the pond that receives the rain without becoming the rain. As you rest here, can you practice being the pond? Whatever thoughts arise, whatever emotions pass through, can you receive them without becoming them? Can you be the awareness that witnesses experience without being swept away by experience? This is the practice Jiko taught Masako. This is sustainable presence. You can be aware of restlessness without becoming restless. You can be aware of thought without becoming lost in thought. You can be aware of discomfort without suffering about discomfort. You are the pond. Everything else is weather passing through. Rest in your stillness. This is your foundation. This is your peace. Our 8th story takes us to a village where twin brothers named Hiro and Katsu grew up together, sharing everything in childhood but diverging dramatically as adults. Both brothers faced similar challenges in life: financial struggles, relationship difficulties, health problems, but their responses to these challenges could not have been more different. And consequently, their experiences of life were worlds apart. Hiro met every difficulty with resistance and complaint. When he lost his job, he spent months bitter and resentful, replaying the injustice of his firing, imagining what he should have said to his boss, feeling victimized by circumstances. When his marriage struggled, he blamed his wife, blamed his upbringing, blamed the universe for giving him a difficult partner. When his body developed chronic pain, he raged against it, fought it, spent his days researching cures and feeling angry that his body had betrayed him. Hiro's life became a constant battle against reality, and he was exhausted and miserable. Katsu faced the same types of challenges but met them differently. When he lost his job, he allowed himself to feel the disappointment and fear, and then he asked, "What is being asked of me now? What can I learn from this? Where might this difficulty be leading me?" When his marriage struggled, he looked at his own contributions to the problems, worked on himself, communicated openly with his wife. When chronic pain developed in his body, he learned to be present to it without resistance, to work with it rather than against it, to find ways to live fully, even with limitations. Katsu's life was not easier than Hiro's. They faced very similar difficulties, but his experience was completely different because he met life with acceptance rather than resistance. The brothers would see each other occasionally at family gatherings, and the contrast between them was striking. Hiro looked older than his years, his face tight with bitterness, his body rigid with perpetual tension. He would spend gatherings complaining about everything wrong with his life. Katsu, facing similar difficulties, somehow remained warm, present, engaged with life. He acknowledged his challenges when asked, but did not dwell on them, did not make them his identity. One day, their elderly mother became seriously ill. Both brothers came to care for her, and in the intensity of that shared situation, the difference between them became impossible to ignore. They sat together one night in the hospital waiting room while their mother slept, and Hiro finally asked the question that had been building for years. How do you do it? We have faced similar problems, job loss, marriage troubles, health issues, but you seem at peace while I am miserable. What is different? What do you know that I do not? Katsu was quiet for a long moment, considering how to answer. Finally, he said, "Brother, the difference between us is not what has happened to us. The difference is how we meet what happens. You fight against life constantly, arguing with reality, insisting things should be different than they are. I have learned to work with life, to accept what is, while still taking appropriate action to change what can be changed." Hiro felt defensive. "You make it sound simple, but it is not. Bad things have happened, unjust things, painful things. Should I just accept all of that? Should I just give up and let life walk all over me?" "That is not what I am saying," Katsu replied gently. "Acceptance is not passivity. Acceptance is not giving up. Acceptance is acknowledging reality as it is right now, in this moment, so you can respond skillfully rather than wasting energy fighting against what has already happened." He turned to face his brother. "Think about when you lost your job. That was painful, unjust even. But what happened? You spent months replaying it, arguing with it in your mind, staying angry at your former boss, wishing it had not happened. Did any of that mental activity change what had happened? Did it get your job back? Did it improve your situation in any way?" Hiro had to admit it had not. "Meanwhile," Katsu continued, "when I lost my job, I felt all the same feelings you did: shock, disappointment, fear about money. But I did not get stuck there. I acknowledged that this had happened. I felt what needed to be felt. And then I asked, okay, this is the reality now. What is my next step? I updated my resume. I reached out to contacts. I explored opportunities I might not have considered if I had stayed comfortable in my old job. I accepted the reality and then worked with it." He paused. "This is what I mean by acceptance. Not accepting that you should be mistreated or that injustice is okay, but accepting that something has happened. It is in the past. And the only moment you can actually affect is this one right now. Fighting against the past, arguing with what has already occurred, wishing things were different. This is a complete waste of your precious life energy." Hiro felt something shifting in him, a crack in the armor of bitterness he had been wearing for so long. But how do you just accept things? How do you not be angry about injustice, about pain, about all the ways life has been difficult? Katsu smiled gently. "I did not say I am not angry when anger arises. I did not say I do not feel pain. I feel everything you feel. Brother, the difference is that I do not hold on to it. I do not feed it. I do not make it my identity. Anger arises when something unjust happens. This is natural. I feel it fully, and then I let it pass. Pain arises in my body. This is reality. I feel it. I work with it. But I do not create additional suffering by resisting it, by being angry that I am in pain." He continued, "There is a teaching I learned from a Buddhist monk years ago. He said there is pain and there is suffering. Pain is what happens: you lose your job, your marriage struggles, your body hurts. This pain is unavoidable. It is part of being human. But suffering is what we add to pain through our resistance, our stories, our constant argument with reality. Most of your misery, brother, is not from your actual pain. It is from your relationship to your pain. Hiro sat with this, feeling the truth of it, even as his mind tried to defend against it. So what should I do? How do I change this pattern? I have been living this way for so long. You start by noticing, Katsu said. When something difficult happens, notice what your mind does. Does it immediately start arguing with reality? This should not be happening. This is unfair. Why me? Notice those thoughts. You do not have to believe them. You do not have to follow them. My mind is arguing with reality again. And then you can choose differently. Choose what instead? Hiro asked. Choose acceptance. Katsu replied. Say to yourself, this is what is happening right now. I do not have to like it. I do not have to approve of it. But it is the reality of this moment. Let me feel what I feel about it. And then let me ask, what is my skillful response? What action can I take that will actually help, rather than just spinning in resistance? Over the following days, as they cared for their mother together, Hiro tried to practice what Katsu had described. It was extraordinarily difficult. His mind was deeply habituated to resistance, to complaint, to arguing with reality. But he started to notice the pattern. Something would happen, a rude nurse, a long wait, uncomfortable hospital chairs, and immediately his mind would launch into resistance. This should not be this way. This is terrible. Why is everything so difficult? But now, having talked with Katsu, Hiro could see what his mind was doing. He could notice the resistance arising. And sometimes, not always, but sometimes, he could choose differently. This is what is. I do not like it, but here it is. What is my response? The shift was subtle but profound. The external circumstances did not change. The hospital was still uncomfortable. The situation with their mother was still frightening and sad. But Hiro's experience began to change. When he practiced acceptance, even briefly, there was space. Space to breathe. Space to feel what he felt without it consuming him. Space to respond rather than just react. Their mother recovered, much to everyone's relief. But the time in the hospital had transformed something in Hiro. He had seen clearly, for the first time, how much unnecessary suffering he created through resistance. He had experienced, even in brief moments, how different life felt when he met it with acceptance rather than constant fight. After their mother returned home, Hiro began working more consciously with the practice of acceptance. He found a Buddhist teacher in his city, a woman named Noriko who taught about what she called the peace of yes. Most people, Noriko explained when Hiro first came to her, live their entire lives in a state of no. No to what is happening, no to how they feel, no to their circumstances, no to other people's behavior, no to aging, to change, to loss, to anything uncomfortable. This constant state of no creates perpetual inner conflict. She looked at Hiro with clear, gentle eyes. The practice is learning to say yes to life. Not yes meaning you like everything that happens. Not yes meaning you become passive. But yes meaning you acknowledge reality as it is. Yes, this is what is happening. Yes, this is what I feel. Yes, this is difficult. And from that place of yes, from that place of accepting reality, you can respond skillfully rather than wasting your energy in futile resistance. Hiro worked with Noriko for many months. She taught him a specific practice for when he noticed resistance arising. First, she said, name what is actually happening without interpretation or judgment. Not, this is terrible, but just, I am feeling pain, or someone spoke harshly, or I did not get what I wanted. Just the facts. No story added. Second, acknowledge your feeling about it. I feel disappointed. I feel angry. I feel afraid. Allow the feeling without resisting it, or making it wrong. Feelings are not problems. Resistance to feelings is what creates suffering. Third, say yes to the reality. Yes, this is happening. Yes, this is what I feel. I do not have to like it, but I can acknowledge it is real. This yes creates space, creates an opening for something other than the perpetual fight. And fourth, ask, what is the skillful response here? Not, how do I make this go away? But, given that this is the reality, how do I work with it? What action, if any, is mine to take? Hiro practiced this constantly. At first it felt mechanical, forced. But gradually it became more natural. When his chronic pain flared, instead of the old pattern of anger and resistance, he would practice. Pain is present in my lower back. I feel frustrated about this. Yes, this is happening. What is the skillful response? Sometimes the skillful response was to rest. Sometimes it was to move gently. Sometimes it was to take medication. Sometimes it was simply to breathe and be present to the sensation without adding the suffering of resistance. When his wife was irritable, instead of his old pattern of taking it personally and becoming defensive, he would practice. She is speaking sharply. I feel hurt. Yes, this is happening. What is the skillful response? Sometimes he would give her space. Sometimes he would ask if something was bothering her. Sometimes he would simply not take her mood personally, recognizing she was having her own experience that was not about him. The changes were gradual but undeniable. The tightness in Hiro's face began to soften. His body, which had been rigid with perpetual tension, started to relax. His relationships improved because people no longer felt attacked by his constant negativity. And most importantly, Hiro began to experience moments of genuine peace, not because his life became easier, but because he stopped fighting so hard against it. 1 year after his conversation with Katsu in the hospital waiting room, the brothers met again. Katsu noticed immediately how different Hiro looked. "Brother," he said with a warm smile, "something has changed in you." Hiro nodded, his own smile genuine in a way it had not been for years. "You were right. The problem was not what was happening to me. The problem was how I was meeting what happened. I have been practicing acceptance, saying yes to life instead of constantly saying no. And while my circumstances have not changed dramatically, everything feels different. I am not at war anymore. I am not exhausted from fighting against reality. I can finally breathe." He looked at his brother with gratitude. "You gave me a great gift that night at the hospital. You showed me there was another way to live. Thank you." Katsu embraced his brother. "You gave yourself that gift by being willing to see and to change. This is not easy work. The habit of resistance is very strong. But you have discovered something essential, that peace is not found in making life conform to your preferences, but in accepting life as it is while still engaging with it fully." This teaching about acceptance versus resistance, about saying yes to life instead of constantly fighting it, is one of the most transformative insights anyone can embody. We create so much unnecessary suffering through our resistance to what is. We waste enormous amounts of energy arguing with reality, wishing the past were different, demanding that the present be other than it is. But reality does not change because we resist it. It only makes us miserable. As you rest here, can you practice saying yes? Not yes to what might happen tomorrow or what should have happened yesterday, but yes to this moment, exactly as it is. Yes, thoughts are arising. Yes, there may be some discomfort in the body. Yes, sleep may come soon or may take time. Yes, this is the reality right now. This yes creates space, creates peace, creates the possibility of resting in what is rather than fighting against it. Say yes, let go of the fight. Rest in acceptance. Our ninth story takes us to a quiet suburban neighborhood where a woman named Sachiko lived alone after her husband died. Sachiko was 72 years old, and she struggled profoundly with the loneliness of widowhood. Her children lived in distant cities with their own busy lives. Her friends were also aging, some passing away, others limited by health problems. Days would go by when Sachiko spoke to no one, and the silence of her empty house felt crushing. Sachiko's loneliness manifested as a constant, gnawing ache. She would wake in the morning and immediately feel it, the emptiness beside her in bed where her husband used to sleep, the silence where there used to be his voice, the absence where there used to be connection. She tried to fill the void with television, with phone calls to her children, with shopping, with anything to distract from the loneliness. But nothing worked. The ache remained, and worse, her attempts to escape it seemed to make it grow stronger. One afternoon, desperate for some relief, Sachiko attended a talk at a local community center. The speaker was a Buddhist nun named Eiko, who had spent many years in solitary retreat. Sachiko found this puzzling. How could someone who chose to be alone speak about loneliness? What could she possibly know about the pain Sachiko was experiencing? But when Eiko began to speak, Sachiko found herself leaning forward, captivated. Loneliness, Eiko said, is not actually about being alone. Loneliness is about the story we tell about being alone. You can be surrounded by people and feel crushing loneliness. You can be completely alone and feel totally connected. The difference is not the external circumstance. The difference is your relationship to yourself. Eiko continued. Most people have never learned to be with themselves. They have never learned to befriend their own presence, to enjoy their own company. So when they are alone, they experience it as abandonment, as something wrong that needs to be fixed. They run from themselves, seeking constant distraction, constant connection with others to avoid feeling the discomfort of being with themselves. She paused, looking around the room. But what if being alone could be something other than loneliness? What if solitude could be a gift rather than a curse? This requires that you learn to be a friend to yourself, to enjoy your own presence, to discover that you are actually good company. After the talk, Sachiko approached Eiko. "I am 72, she said, her voice trembling slightly. "My husband died 3 years ago. I am alone most of the time, and the loneliness is unbearable. How can I possibly see this as a gift? How can I enjoy my own company when all I feel is this terrible ache of missing connection?" Eiko looked at Sachiko with deep compassion. "The ache you feel is real. The grief of losing your husband is real. But I want you to examine something carefully. How much of your suffering is from actually being alone? And how much is from your thoughts about being alone? How much is from the story you tell yourself about what it means that you are alone?" Sachiko considered this. She realized that much of her suffering came not from the moments themselves, but from her constant mental narrative. "I am all alone. No one cares about me. I will die alone. My life is over. I am not enough by myself." These thoughts ran constantly beneath everything she did, creating a layer of suffering on top of the actual experience of being by herself. "Yes," Eiko said, seeing recognition in Sachiko's face. "The actual experience of being by yourself, sitting in your house, eating a meal, watching the evening light change, this is neutral. It is just experience, but you lay a story upon story on top of it. This means I am unloved. This means my life is empty. This means something is wrong." These stories create the suffering, not the actual experience of being alone. Eiko invited Sachiko to sit with her on a bench outside the community center. "Let me teach you something that transformed my own experience of solitude. When you are alone and you feel that ache arising, instead of immediately trying to distract yourself or call someone or do anything to escape it, I want you to try something different. Turn toward it. Be curious about it. What does loneliness actually feel like in your body?" Sachiko looked confused. "It feels terrible. Why would I want to feel it more?" "Not to feel it more," Eiko clarified, "but to feel it directly, without the story. Right now, loneliness is this vague, overwhelming, terrible thing that you run from. But what is it actually? Where do you experience it in your body? What are the actual sensations?" She continued. Most of what we call loneliness is not the physical sensation, but the thoughts about the sensation. This is unbearable. This will never end. Something is wrong with me. But if you can separate the actual physical experience from the story, something shifts. The sensation itself may be a tightness in the chest, a heaviness, an ache. This is manageable. This is just sensation. It is the story that makes it feel unbearable. I will try, Sachiko said hesitantly, though she could not imagine this working. And here is the second practice. Eiko said, begin to cultivate a relationship with yourself as you would with a friend. When you wake in the morning, greet yourself. Good morning, Sachiko. How are you today? Talk to yourself with kindness. Make yourself tea with the same care you would use if making tea for a beloved guest. Eat meals slowly, savoring each bite, enjoying the act of nourishing yourself. Take walks not to get somewhere but simply to enjoy your own presence. To be good company for yourself. Sachiko felt tears forming. But I am not good company. I am just a sad, lonely old woman who would want to spend time with me. Eiko reached out and took Sachiko's hand. You are not what you think you are. You are not your story about yourself. Beneath all the thoughts of being sad and lonely and old, there is the actual you, awareness itself, the consciousness that has been present your entire life, witnessing all your experiences. This awareness is always good company. It is peaceful, spacious, complete. It needs nothing from anyone. When you learn to rest in this awareness rather than in your thoughts about yourself, you discover you are never actually alone, because you are always with yourself. Not the story of yourself, but your actual presence. Over the following weeks, Sachiko practiced what Eiko had taught her. It was difficult at first. When the loneliness arose, her instinct was still to immediately call her children or turn on the television or find some distraction. But she would catch herself and try something different. She would pause, breathe, and ask, what does this actually feel like in my body? She would notice a tightness in her chest, a heaviness in her belly, a sensation like her heart was aching, and then she would notice the thoughts, I cannot stand this. I will be alone forever. My life is empty. She began to see that the sensation itself was uncomfortable, but manageable. It was the thoughts about the sensation that created the unbearable suffering, and she began practicing being a friend to herself. At first, it felt awkward, even silly, to talk to herself with kindness, to make tea with care just for herself. But gradually, something shifted. She started to enjoy her own company. She would make a beautiful meal and eat it slowly, savoring each bite, appreciating her own care in preparing it. She would sit in her garden and simply be present to the flowers, the birds, the changing light, enjoying these moments, not despite being alone, but as moments complete in themselves. One morning, about 2 months into her practice, Sachiko woke and realized something extraordinary. She had woken peacefully, without that immediate dread of facing another empty day. She lay in bed for a moment, feeling the comfort of her blankets, watching the light come through her window, and she felt content. Not happy in some exuberant way, but quietly content, complete. She got up, made herself tea with care, and sat by her window watching the morning unfold. And in that moment, she was not lonely. She was alone, yes, but there was no loneliness. She was present with herself, enjoying her own company, complete just as she was. The absence of her husband was still felt. Grief came in waves, and probably always would, but beneath the grief was something solid, something peaceful, something that did not need anything added to it to be okay. Sachiko continued to see Eiko, who had become not just a teacher, but a friend. One day, Sachiko told her about the morning she had woken without dread. I think I understand now, Sachiko said. Loneliness was never really about being alone. It was about abandoning myself, about believing I was not enough company for myself. Once I learned to be present with myself, to befriend myself, to discover the awareness that is always here, I realized I am never actually alone. I am always with myself, with this consciousness that witnesses all experience. And this is enough. This is more than enough. Eiko smiled warmly. Yes, you have discovered what years of solitary retreat taught me, that the greatest companionship is your own presence, not your thoughts about yourself, not your story about being lonely or inadequate, but your actual presence, the awareness that is reading this moment, that has been with you your entire life, that will be with you until your last breath. When you know this presence intimately, you are never lonely because you are always home with yourself. She continued, this does not mean you stop enjoying connection with others. Please, maintain your friendships, call your children, engage with your community, but you engage from wholeness rather than from neediness. You connect with others not to fill a void inside yourself, but to share your fullness. This makes all your relationships better because you are not desperately grasping at others to save you from yourself. Years later, when Sachiko's children expressed guilt about not being able to visit more often, Sachiko would surprise them by saying, I love when you visit, but I am fine when you do not. I have learned to enjoy my own company. I am never lonely because I am never actually alone. I am always with myself. Her children, used to their mother's previous neediness and complaints about loneliness, were amazed by this transformation. And when other elderly people in her community spoke to Sachiko about their own struggles with loneliness, she would pass on Eiko's teaching. The loneliness you feel is not because you are alone. It is because you have abandoned yourself. Learn to befriend your own presence. Stop running from yourself. Discover the awareness that is always with you, that is actually you, and you will find that you have the best companionship possible yourself. This teaching about loneliness and befriending yourself is essential for anyone who has ever felt the pain of isolation. We live in a culture that teaches us to constantly seek connection outside ourselves, to measure our worth by how many friends we have or how popular we are. But no amount of external connection can fill the void created by abandoning yourself. True freedom from loneliness comes not from never being alone, but from being so comfortable with yourself that you are good company for yourself. As you rest here, can you practice being present with yourself, not judging yourself, not wishing you were different, but simply being here with yourself as you would be with a dear friend? You are your oldest companion, the one who has been with you through everything. Can you offer yourself the kindness and presence you would offer to someone you love? You are never alone. Awareness is always here. You are always here with yourself. This is enough. This is home. Our 10th story takes us to a monastery where a young monk named Tetsu was experiencing a crisis of doubt. Tetsu had entered monastic life at age 25 with great enthusiasm and certainty. He believed deeply in the Buddhist teachings and was committed to the path. But now, after 5 years of intensive practice, doubt had begun to creep in. Did he really believe all this? Was enlightenment even real? Was he wasting his life pursuing something that might not exist? The doubt was torturous. Tetsu felt like a fraud. How could he continue practicing if he did not believe? How could he be a monk if he was filled with uncertainty? He considered leaving the monastery, returning to ordinary life, admitting he had made a mistake. The only thing that stopped him was that he had nowhere else to go and no idea what he would do if he left. Finally, in desperation, Tetsu went to the monastery's abbot, an old master named Gensho, who had practiced for 60 years. "Master," Tetsu said, his voice filled with shame, "I am filled with doubt. I am not sure I believe in the teachings anymore. I do not know if enlightenment is real. I think I should leave the monastery because I am a fraud, pretending to be a devoted practitioner when inside I am full of questions and uncertainty." Gensho looked at Tetsu with eyes that held neither disappointment nor surprise. "Sit down, Tetsu. Let me tell you something that may surprise you. Doubt is not your enemy. Doubt is not a sign you are failing. Doubt is actually an essential part of the path. Tetsu felt confused. But how can doubt be part of the path? Surely I should have faith, certainty, unwavering belief. Gensho shook his head slowly. Blind faith is not what the Buddha taught. He said, do not believe something just because I said it. Do not believe something just because it is written in scriptures. Do not believe something just because your teacher says it is true. Investigate for yourself. Test the teachings in your own experience. Know for yourself. This investigation requires doubt, requires questioning, requires that you do not simply accept things without examining them. He poured tea for both of them, his movements slow and deliberate. There are two kinds of doubt. One kind of doubt is destructive. It paralyzes you, stops you from practicing, fills you with anxiety and confusion. This doubt says, nothing is real, nothing matters. There is no point in trying. This doubt is not genuine questioning. It is resistance, fear, the ego protecting itself from transformation. Gensho sipped his tea before continuing. But there is another kind of doubt, creative doubt, investigative doubt. This doubt says, I do not yet understand this fully. Let me examine it more carefully. Let me test it in my own experience. Let me not simply believe, but truly investigate. This doubt is the engine of genuine understanding. This doubt is what transforms borrowed beliefs into direct knowing. Tetsu leaned forward, desperate to understand. But Master, how do I know which kind of doubt I am experiencing? How do I know if my doubt is the creative kind or the destructive kind? By examining its effect. Gensho replied. Destructive doubt makes you want to give up, to stop practicing, to run away. It says, this is pointless. I should quit. Creative doubt makes you want to investigate more deeply. It says, I do not understand this yet. Let me practice more carefully. Let me examine my experience more closely. The first closes you down. The second opens you up. He set down his teacup. Let me ask you, Tetsu, when you feel doubt about enlightenment, about the teachings, what happens? Do you stop practicing? Or do you practice more attentively, trying to understand directly what is being pointed to? Tetsu had to admit, I have been tempted to stop practicing, but I have also found myself being more careful in my meditation, trying to see if I can experience directly what the teachings describe rather than just believing them. Then your doubt contains both kinds. Gensho said, this is natural. The practice is to work with the creative aspect of your doubt while not being controlled by the destructive aspect. Use your doubt as motivation to investigate more deeply, question everything, test everything in your own experience. But do not let doubt become an excuse to give up the investigation. He continued, let me tell you something else about doubt. The certainty you had when you first came here 5 years ago, that naive belief that you understood what Buddhism was, that you knew what enlightenment meant, that certainty was actually much more dangerous than your current doubt. That certainty was just borrowed ideas, concepts you had accumulated from books and teachers, beliefs you held without truly investigating. Your doubt is actually progress, because it shows you are beginning to see that you do not yet truly understand. This is the beginning of real understanding. Gensho stood and walked to the window. The Buddha taught about 5 hindrances to practice. Do you know what they are? Tetsu recited them. Sensory desire, ill will, sloth and torpor, restlessness and worry, and doubt. Yes, Gensho said. Doubt is listed as a hindrance. But what does this mean? It does not mean that having questions is wrong or that uncertainty is bad. It means that when doubt becomes paralyzing, when it stops you from investigating, when it becomes an excuse not to practice, then it is a hindrance. But doubt that motivates deeper investigation, that keeps you honest, that prevents you from falling into complacent belief, this is actually helpful. He turned back to Tetsu. Here is what I want you to practice. When doubt arises, do not fight it and do not indulge it. Instead, use it. Let doubt sharpen your investigation. The teaching says enlightenment is possible. Fine. Doubt that. But do not doubt it by giving up practice. Doubt it by practicing more carefully, by examining your experience more closely, by investigating whether there is direct evidence in your own experience of what is being pointed to. Over the following months, Tetsu practiced what Gensho had taught. When doubt arose, and it arose frequently, he would notice it and ask, "Is this doubt paralyzing me or motivating me to investigate more deeply?" Sometimes he would catch himself using doubt as an excuse to be lazy, to skip meditation, to indulge in distraction. He would recognize this as destructive doubt and recommit to practice. But other times, doubt would sharpen his attention. The teaching said that awareness is always present, unchanging, peaceful. Did he experience this directly? He would investigate carefully in meditation, and gradually, through patient investigation, motivated by doubt rather than by blind belief, he began to have direct experiences that confirmed what the teachings pointed to. He noticed, for instance, that thoughts came and went, emotions arose and passed, sensations appeared and disappeared, but the awareness that knew all these things remained steady, unchanged. He could not find this awareness as an object, could not grasp it or see it, but he could recognize it directly as his own most intimate experience. One day, about a year after his conversation with Gensho, Tetsu was sitting in meditation when a profound shift occurred. He realized that he no longer needed to believe in enlightenment because he was directly experiencing the freedom that teachings pointed to. Not permanently, not completely, but in genuine moments of clear seeing. His doubt had not been answered by acquiring more beliefs. It had been resolved by direct investigation, by testing the teachings in his own experience until he knew for himself. He went to Gensho and said, "Master, thank you for teaching me about doubt. I understand now that my crisis of doubt was actually the most important thing that ever happened to my practice. Before, I was just believing things. Now I am investigating directly. Before, I was borrowing others' understanding. Now I am developing my own. The doubt was not the problem, it was the medicine." Gensho smiled broadly. "Yes, and you will continue to doubt. Even after clear seeing, doubt will arise again. This is fine. Each time doubt arises, use it to investigate more deeply, to know more directly. Never settle into complacent certainty. Always remain a genuine investigator. This is what the Buddha modeled someone who questioned everything, tested everything, and found truth not through belief, but through direct investigation." Years later, when Tetsu became a teacher, students would often come to him ashamed of their doubts, and Tetsu would always say, "Your doubt is not your enemy. Your doubt is your friend if you use it correctly." The Buddha did not ask you to believe him. He asked you to investigate for yourself. Doubt is what keeps your investigation honest. What prevents you from falling into lazy acceptance of borrowed beliefs? Welcome your doubt. Use it. Let it sharpen your practice rather than stop your practice. This teaching about doubt as a tool for investigation rather than an obstacle to practice is essential for anyone on a spiritual path. We are taught to have faith, to believe, to trust the teachings without question. But this can lead to blind acceptance, to borrowed understanding that collapses at the first real challenge. Genuine understanding comes not from belief, but from investigation, from testing the teachings in your own experience until you know directly. As you rest here, can you bring an investigative quality to your experience? Not believing that you should feel peaceful, but investigating directly, is there peace here beneath the surface? Thoughts, not believing that awareness is present, but checking directly, is there an awareness that knows these words, that witnesses these sensations? Do not take anything on faith. Investigate for yourself. Know for yourself. This is the path the Buddha taught. Our 11th story takes us to a small town where a man named Daiki worked as a teacher at the local school. Daiki was good at his job and genuinely cared about his students, but he carried a secret burden that was slowly destroying him. Daiki was a perfectionist, and he could not tolerate making mistakes. Any error, no matter how small, would send him into spirals of self-criticism and shame that lasted for days. If he mispronounced a word while teaching, he would replay it in his mind for hours. Convinced his students now thought he was incompetent. If he forgot to return a phone call, he would be consumed with guilt. If he said something awkward in a social situation, he would obsess over it for weeks. Daiki's inner critic was relentless, never giving him a moment's peace, constantly scanning for errors and attacking him mercilessly whenever it found one. The perfectionism had grown worse as Daiki aged. Now in his 50s, he felt he should have mastered things by now, should have evolved beyond making mistakes. But instead, he seemed to make more mistakes than ever. Or perhaps he was just noticing them more. And each one felt like evidence that he was fundamentally flawed, that despite decades of trying to be perfect, he was still inadequate. Daiki's wife, noticing how much he was suffering, suggested he talk to someone. Through a colleague, Daiki was connected with a Buddhist teacher named Ryoko, who was known for working with people struggling with self-criticism and perfectionism. Daiki was skeptical, but desperate enough to try. When they met, Ryoko asked Daiki a simple question. "Tell me, do you think you are the only person who makes mistakes?" Daiki felt defensive. "Of course not. Everyone makes mistakes, but that does not make it okay when I make them. I should know better. I should be able to do things correctly." Ryoko nodded slowly. "And when other people make mistakes, how do you respond? When a colleague forgets something or a student makes an error, what do you say to them?" Daiki thought about this. "I am understanding. I tell them it is okay, that everyone makes mistakes, that they can learn from it and do better next time. And when you make a mistake," Ryoko pressed gently, "what do you say to yourself?" Daiki felt exposed. "I tell myself I am stupid, that I should have known better, that I am incompetent, that I am a failure." "So you offer compassion to everyone else," Ryoko observed, "but only cruelty to yourself. Why is this? What makes you so different from every other human being that you alone must be perfect?" Daiki had never thought about it this way. "I do not know. I just feel like I should not make mistakes. It feels intolerable when I do." Ryoko leaned forward slightly. "Let me tell you what I see. You are operating with an impossible standard perfection. And because perfection is impossible for any human being, you are guaranteeing your own suffering. Every day, multiple times a day, you fail to meet your impossible standard, and then you attack yourself for this failure. You are living in a constant state of war with yourself." She continued. "The Buddha taught about a quality called metta, loving kindness. We are taught to practice metta toward all beings, to wish them well, to meet their struggles with compassion. But most people exclude themselves from this circle of compassion. They offer kindness to everyone except the one person they are with every moment themselves. How do I change this?" Daiki asked, his voice small. "I have been this way my whole life. The self-criticism feels automatic, unstoppable. It is a habit," Ryoko replied. "A deeply ingrained habit, but still a habit. And habits can be changed through practice. Let me teach you a practice that transformed my own relationship with my mistakes and flaws." She gestured for Daiki to sit more comfortably. "When you make a mistake, and you will make mistakes, because you are human, I want you to practice 3 steps. First, acknowledge the mistake without exaggeration or dramatization. I forgot to return that call, or I mispronounced that word. Just the fact, without the story about what it means about you as a person. Second," Ryoko continued, "place your hand on your heart and speak to yourself as you would speak to a dear friend who made the same mistake. Actually say it out loud or silently. It is okay. Everyone makes mistakes. You are still a good person. You can learn from this. Offer yourself the same compassion you would offer anyone else. Third, ask yourself, what can I learn from this? What, if anything, needs to be done to address this mistake? Then take whatever action is appropriate and move on." Do not carry the mistake forward into the next moment, the next hour, the next day. Each moment is fresh. Release the past and be present to now. Daiki felt skeptical. It sounds too simple. How can just talking to myself kindly make a difference when the self-criticism is so strong? It is simple, but not easy. Ryoko acknowledged. The self-criticism has had decades to become strong. Self-compassion needs time and practice to develop. At first it will feel awkward, even false. Your inner critic will tell you that you do not deserve kindness, that being harsh with yourself is somehow keeping you accountable or motivating improvement. But this is a lie. Research shows that self-compassion actually motivates change more effectively than self-criticism. People who are kind to themselves are more likely to learn from mistakes and grow, not less. Over the following weeks, Daiki practiced what Ryoko had taught him. It was extraordinarily difficult at first. When he made a mistake, the self-criticism would arise with tremendous force, decades of momentum behind it. You idiot, you always do this, you will never change. But Daiki would catch himself. He would pause, place his hand on his heart, and consciously choose a different response. I forgot to prepare that handout. It is okay. Everyone forgets things sometimes. I can prepare it now for tomorrow's class. The words felt hollow at first, like he was lying to himself, but he persisted. Gradually, something began to shift. The self-criticism was still arising, that habit was deeply ingrained, but Daiki was getting faster at catching it and choosing differently. And in the small spaces created by self-compassion, he noticed something remarkable. He was actually learning from his mistakes more effectively because he was not spending all his energy attacking himself. He could look at what went wrong, understand it, and adjust without the layer of shame and self-hatred. One day, about 3 months into his practice, Daiki made a significant error at work. He scheduled 2 important meetings at the same time and had to awkwardly cancel one at the last minute. Disappointing several colleagues, the old Daiki would have been consumed with shame for days, replaying the mistake obsessively, convinced everyone now saw him as incompetent. But something different happened. The self-criticism arose as expected. You are so disorganized. How could you make such a stupid mistake? But Daiki caught it quickly. He placed his hand on his heart and spoke to himself with compassion. You made a scheduling error. This happens. You are juggling a lot. You can apologize to the people affected and put a better system in place to prevent this. You are still a good teacher and a good person. And then Daiki did something that surprised him. He laughed. Not a bitter, self-mocking laugh, but a genuine, warm laugh at the absurdity of being human, of being this imperfect creature trying to navigate a complex world. He had made a mistake. It was not the end of the world. He would address it and move on. When Daiki met with Ryoko again, he told her about this experience. Something has fundamentally shifted, he said. I still notice mistakes. The self-criticism still arises, but I do not believe it anymore. I can choose to respond with kindness instead. And from that place of kindness, I can actually address the mistake effectively rather than just drowning in shame about it. Ryoko smiled warmly. You have discovered something essential. The inner critic promised it was keeping you safe, keeping you accountable, motivating you to improve, but actually, it was just making you suffer and preventing genuine growth. Self-compassion does not mean you ignore mistakes or become complacent. It means you meet your inevitable human imperfection with kindness, which actually creates the safety you need to learn and grow. She continued. The Buddha had a teaching about this. He said we should treat ourselves as we would treat our only child, with protection, with care, with unconditional love, even when that child makes mistakes. But most people treat themselves worse than they would treat their worst enemy. They say things to themselves they would never say to anyone else. This is not humility or accountability. This is cruelty, and it creates suffering without creating growth. Ryoko paused, then said, there is something else I want you to understand. Perfectionism is not actually about wanting to do things well. It is about fear. Fear of judgment, fear of rejection, fear of being seen as inadequate. Perfectionism is armor you wear to protect yourself from these fears, but the armor is so heavy it crushes you. Self-compassion is the practice of taking off the armor, of allowing yourself to be imperfect, vulnerable, human, and discovering that you are still worthy, still lovable, still enough. Daiki felt tears welling up. I have spent 50 years trying to earn the right to be okay by being perfect, and I am exhausted. What you are saying, that I can be okay even while being imperfect, this feels both liberating and terrifying. It is terrifying, Ryoko acknowledged, because it means giving up the strategy you have used your whole life to feel safe. But that strategy has never actually worked, has it? You have never achieved the lasting sense of okayness you were seeking through perfection. What if you tried a different approach? What if you experimented with being kind to yourself and saw what happened? Daiki did experiment, and over time, his entire relationship with himself transformed. He still cared about doing things well. Self-compassion had not made him careless or sloppy, but he no longer needed to be perfect to feel okay. He could make mistakes, acknowledge them, learn from them, and move forward without the weight of shame and self-hatred. His relationships improved because he was no longer defensive when receiving feedback. His work improved because he could take risks without paralyzing fear of failure. And most importantly, he could finally rest because he was no longer at war with himself. Years later, when Daiki taught his students, he would always include lessons about self-compassion and learning from mistakes. You will make thousands of mistakes in your life, he would tell them. This is guaranteed. The question is not whether you will make mistakes, but how you will treat yourself when you do. Will you attack yourself and make the mistake worse through shame? Or will you treat yourself with kindness? Learn what you can and move forward. The choice is yours. And when students came to him upset about a mistake they had made, Daiki would have them place their hand on their heart and practice speaking to themselves as they would speak to a friend. Many students would cry when they did this, not tears of shame but tears of relief at finally receiving from themselves the kindness they had been desperately seeking from others. This teaching about self-compassion, about meeting your inevitable human imperfection with kindness rather than cruelty, is essential for anyone who has struggled with perfectionism or harsh self-criticism. We live in a culture that constantly tells us we are not good enough, that we need to improve, that our worth depends on our performance. This creates an epidemic of self-hatred, where people torture themselves for being human, for having the audacity to be imperfect. As you rest here, can you practice offering yourself compassion? Perhaps you are judging yourself for not falling asleep quickly enough, for not resting perfectly. Can you place your hand on your heart and speak to yourself with kindness? It is okay. Rest comes when it comes. You are doing fine just as you are. You deserve kindness. Feel what shifts when you offer yourself the same compassion you would offer a dear friend. This is not indulgence. This is basic human dignity. You deserve your own kindness. Our 12th and final story takes us to a monastery where an old monk named Shozan was approaching the end of his life. Shozan was 93 years old and had practiced for 75 years. He had spent decades teaching, guiding students, serving his community. Now, in his final months, he had grown too weak to teach formal classes, too frail to maintain his previous schedule. He spent most of his time sitting quietly in his small room, looking out at the garden he had tended for so many years. The younger monks worried about Shozan. They would visit him and ask anxiously, "Master, are you in pain? Is there anything we can do for you? Are you afraid?" They expected wisdom about death, profound teachings about impermanence, final instructions for carrying on his work. But Shozan would just smile gently and say, "I am here. This moment is enough." The monks did not understand. Surely their beloved teacher, facing death, must have something more profound to say. One day, a monk named Riku sat with Shozan for a long afternoon. Riku had been Shozan's student for 20 years and felt deep sadness watching his teacher decline. "Master," Riku finally said, "you have practiced for 75 years. You have dedicated your entire life to awakening. As you approach death, what can you tell us? What have you learned? What is the essence of all your years of practice?" Shozan was quiet for a long time, looking out at the garden where early spring flowers were beginning to bloom. Finally, he spoke, his voice soft but clear. "I have learned that the essence of practice is very simple. It is just this, just being here. Everything else, all the teachings, all the techniques, all the philosophy, it all points to this one thing, being completely present to this moment exactly as it is." He turned to look at Riku. "You ask what I have learned in 75 years. I have learned what was already true before I began practicing. What has been true every moment of my life. This moment is complete. This moment is enough. There is nowhere else to be, nothing else to achieve, no other moment to wait for. Just this." Riku felt frustrated. This seemed too simple, too ordinary. "But Master, what about all the teachings? What about liberation, enlightenment, awakening? Surely your practice has brought you to some special realization." Shozan smiled, understanding his student's confusion. "The special realization is that there is nothing special to realize. The extraordinary truth is that the ordinary moment is extraordinary. Right now, can you hear the birds? Can you see the light? Can you feel yourself breathing? This is it, Riku. This is what I spent 75 years discovering, that it was always already here, always already complete, hiding in plain sight in the simple miracle of being alive and aware. But what about death?" Riku pressed. "Are you not afraid? Do you not wish for more time?" Shozan looked out at the garden again. "See those cherry blossoms beginning to bloom. In a few weeks, they will be gone, blown away by wind and rain. Is this tragic, or is this simply the nature of blossoms? They bloom, they fall. This is what blossoms do. My body is like those blossoms. It grew, it lived. Now it is dying. This is what bodies do. Why would I argue with this? Why would I waste my final moments wishing things were different than they are?" He continued, "Death is coming. Yes, perhaps tomorrow, perhaps in a month. But death is not happening in this moment. In this moment, I am alive. I can see the garden. I can feel the warmth of the sun coming through the window. I can enjoy your presence. Dear Riku, why would I abandon this living moment to worry about a future moment of dying? The dying will take care of itself when it comes. Right now, life is here, and I choose to be present for it." Riku felt tears beginning to flow. "But I will miss you. Master, how will we continue without your guidance?" Shozan reached out and took Riku's hand, his grip surprisingly firm despite his frailty. "You have always had everything you need. I have not given you anything that was not already yours." The awareness that hears these words, that witnesses your own experience, that has been present every moment of your life, this awareness is your true teacher. It is always here, always clear, always guiding you. You do not need my physical presence to access it. It is your own deepest nature. Over the following weeks, Shozan grew weaker, but his presence remained luminous, peaceful, complete. He did not struggle against his decline. He did not grasp at life or resist death. He simply remained present to each moment, moments of clarity and moments of confusion, moments of comfort and moments of pain, each met with the same accepting awareness. One morning, Riku came to Shozan's room and found him sitting up in bed, looking intently at a flower one of the monks had brought him. "Beautiful," Shozan whispered. "So beautiful. How remarkable. This flower. How remarkable. This seeing. How remarkable. This moment." Those were his last words. Shozan closed his eyes and died peacefully, a slight smile on his lips. His body relaxed, his being apparently at ease with the great transition he was making. At Shozan's funeral, the monks gathered to honor their teacher. Many expected a somber occasion, heavy with grief and loss. But something unexpected happened. As they sat in meditation together, the hall felt filled, not with absence, but with presence. Shozan was gone, yes, but what he had embodied, this simple, complete presence to each moment, felt more palpable than ever. Riku, speaking at the funeral, shared what he had learned from his teacher's dying. Master Shozan taught me something in his final weeks that 75 years of teaching had not fully conveyed. He taught me that practice is not about achieving some special state or reaching some distant goal. Practice is simply being completely here, completely present, completely engaged with this moment exactly as it is. He demonstrated this understanding not through words but through how he died present, accepting, at peace with what was happening. He paused, looking around at his fellow monks. Shozan used to say, "Just this," and I never fully understood what he meant. Just this what? This ordinary moment, this simple awareness, but now I see. Just this means that nothing needs to be added to this moment for it to be complete. Just this breath is enough. Just this sensation is enough. Just this awareness is enough. We spend our lives seeking something more, something special, something other than what is here. But just this is the invitation to recognize that what we seek is already present, already complete, already here. In the months and years that followed, Shozan's teaching of just this became the heart of the monastery's practice. When monks found themselves lost in worry about the future or regret about the past, they would remember just this. When they struggled with difficult emotions or challenging situations, they would return to just this. When they sought some special experience or elevated state, they would be reminded, just this moment, exactly as it is already complete. Riku, who eventually became the monastery's abbot, would often tell new students, Shozan practiced for 75 years to discover what was true before he began practicing that this moment is enough. You can save yourself decades by understanding this now. Not understanding it intellectually, but recognizing it directly in your own experience. Stop seeking. Stop waiting for some future moment of arrival. Be here now. Just this. This is the entire teaching. This final teaching about just this, about the completeness of the present moment, is perhaps the most essential teaching of all. It is what all the other stories have been pointing toward. We spend our lives seeking something more, something better, some future moment when we will finally be happy, finally be at peace, finally be complete. But that future moment never comes, because when it arrives, it is simply another present moment. And if we have not learned to be present, we will miss it, just as we have missed all the other moments while seeking the next one. As you rest here now, can you practice what Shozan discovered? Can you recognize that this moment needs nothing added to it to be complete? You do not need to be more relaxed, more peaceful, more anything. Just this breath is enough. Just this awareness is enough. Just this moment, exactly as it is complete. Stop seeking, stop waiting, be here, just this. And now, as we draw near the close of our journey through these 12 teachings, let us rest together in what has been revealed. We began with May, who discovered that peace is not the absence of anxiety, but the recognition of the awareness that witnesses anxiety without being disturbed by it. We learned that we are not our experiences, but the awareness in which all experience arises and passes. We sat with Chen, who learned to stop throwing the second dart, to stop adding suffering to pain through rumination and resistance. We discovered that most of our suffering comes not from what happens, but from our relationship to what happens. We walked with Takeshi in his garden, learning that what is truly our business and what is not. Discovering that peace comes from releasing mental occupation with things beyond our control. We meditated with Aiko, who discovered that meditation is not about having no thoughts, but about being the awareness that witnesses thoughts. Learning that every moment of noticing is practice. Every return to presence is meditation itself. We sat with Yumi, and learned about the emptiness that comes from having without being, discovering that beneath all our achievements and identities is an awareness that is already complete, already whole, already enough. We poured tea with Kenji, learning to empty our cups of borrowed concepts so we can experience reality directly, discovering that true understanding comes not from accumulating knowledge, but from direct, immediate presence to what is. We walked through the hospital with Masako, learning about sustainable compassion, about being present to suffering without absorbing it, discovering that we can care deeply while remaining grounded in our own peace. We sat with Hiro and Katsu, learning about acceptance versus resistance, about saying yes to life instead of constantly fighting against reality, discovering that peace comes from working with what is rather than arguing with what is. We practiced being alone with Sachiko, learning that loneliness is not actually about being alone, but about our relationship to ourselves, discovering that when we befriend our own presence, we are never truly lonely. We investigated doubt with Tetsu, learning that questioning is not weakness, but strength, that genuine understanding comes from testing teachings in our own experience rather than blindly believing. We learned self-compassion with Daiki, discovering that meeting our imperfection with kindness rather than cruelty is not indulgence but wisdom, that self-compassion creates the safety we need to learn and grow. And finally, we sat with Shozan as he died, learning that the culmination of 75 years of practice is the simple recognition that this moment is complete, that just this is enough, that what we seek is not in some distant future but is here, now, always available in the simple act of being present. 12 stories, 12 teachings, but all pointing to the same truth that peace is not something to achieve in the future but something to recognize in the present. That we are not broken beings who need to be fixed, but already whole beings who need only to recognize our wholeness. That life is not a problem to be solved, but a reality to be experienced, moment by moment, with presence and acceptance. As you lie here in the darkness, breathing, being, perhaps on the edge of sleep, or perhaps still awake, it does not matter. Can you feel how all these teachings converge into this one moment? This breath you are breathing right now does not need to be deeper or slower or more perfect. It is already complete. This body you inhabit does not need to be more relaxed or more comfortable. It is already enough. This mind with its thoughts does not need to be quieter or clearer. The awareness that witnesses the mind is already at peace. You have been seeking peace your entire life. Perhaps not consciously, but in the way you have organized your existence, trying to create the right conditions, to achieve the right things, become the right person, so that finally, someday, you can be at peace. But peace is not waiting for you at the end of that journey. Peace is here now, has been here all along, will be here always, waiting patiently for you to stop seeking it long enough to notice it. The Buddha sat under the Bodhi tree 2,500 years ago and made a profound discovery. He discovered that we are already what we seek to become. We are already free. We are already at peace. We are already home. Not our small self, not our ego, not our personality with all its troubles and concerns, but our deepest nature, the awareness that has witnessed every moment of our lives, the consciousness that cannot be damaged or improved, the Buddha nature that is our birthright. This Buddha nature is not something you develop through practice. Practice does not create it. Practice reveals it, uncovers it, helps you recognize what was always already true, like the sun that is always shining even when clouds obscure it. Your Buddha nature is always present, even when obscured by thoughts, emotions, stories about yourself. Right now, in this moment, can you sense it? Not think about it, not try to create it, but simply sense it, the awareness that is experiencing this moment. This awareness is what you are, not the content of your experience, but the awareness of content, not your thoughts but what knows thoughts are present, not your feelings but what witnesses feelings, not your body but what experiences the body. This awareness has no age, It is the same awareness that looked through your eyes when you were 5 years old and looks through them now. Time passes. The body ages. Experiences accumulate. But awareness remains unchanged. This awareness has no gender, no nationality, no religion, no story. It simply is, eternal and present, witnessing all that arises and passes. And this awareness is always at peace, always, whether you feel anxious or calm, whether you are struggling or flowing, whether life is easy or difficult, the awareness remains undisturbed, like the depths of the ocean that are still even when the surface is in turmoil. You are this awareness. You have always been this awareness. You will always be this awareness. Everything else, every thought, every emotion, every experience arises and passes within this awareness like waves on the ocean. The waves come and go, but the ocean remains. You are the ocean, not the waves. This is what all 12 stories have been pointing toward. This is what May discovered when she learned she was not her anxiety but the awareness witnessing anxiety. This is what Chen touched when he stopped throwing the second dart and recognized the space between experience and his reaction to experience. This is what Takeshi found when he released mental occupation with his neighbor and reclaimed the vastness of his own consciousness. This is what Aiko realized when she understood that meditation is not about the content of experience, but about the awareness witnessing content. This is what Yumi discovered beneath all her achievements, not emptiness as absence, but emptiness as the spacious awareness that needs nothing added to be complete. This is what Kenji experienced when his cup became empty enough to hold direct experience rather than borrowed concepts. This is what Masako embodied when she learned to be the stable pond receiving the rain of suffering without becoming the rain. This is what Hiro found when he stopped resisting reality and discovered the peace of acceptance. This is what Sachiko touched when she befriended her own presence and discovered she was never actually alone. This is what Tetsu recognized through his doubt-fueled investigation, not belief but direct knowing. This is what Daiki experienced when he offered himself compassion and discovered his worthiness was not conditional on perfection. And this is what Shozan demonstrated in his dying, that this moment, just as it is complete. You are this awareness. And this awareness is not separate from the awareness in every other being. The Buddha nature that looks through your eyes is the same Buddha nature that looks through every eye. We are like waves on the same ocean, appearing separate but fundamentally one. Your deepest nature is not personal. It is universal. It is what connects you to all life, to all existence. When you recognize this, something profound shifts. The loneliness that perhaps has haunted you dissolves because you recognize you are never separate from the whole. The fear of death softens because you recognize that what you truly are cannot die, the body dies. The personality dissolves, but awareness itself is deathless, eternal, always present. The desperate seeking for something more ceases because you recognize you are already complete, already whole, already home. This moment right now is offering you everything you have been seeking, not in some hidden, the subtle way that requires special training to perceive. Right here, obvious and immediate, the sensation of your body resting, the sound of these words, the simple fact of being aware. This is it. This is what mystics have pointed to for millennia. This is what the Buddha awakened to. This is what is always available when you stop seeking long enough to notice what is already here. As you rest here, let yourself sink deeper into this recognition. You are not trying to create a special state. You are not trying to achieve some elevated experience. You are simply resting in what you already are. Awareness itself, consciousness experiencing itself, the eternal witness of all that arises and passes. Your breath continues, in and out, without any effort from you. Your heart beats steadily, maintaining the dance of life without any conscious direction. Your body knows how to rest, how to restore itself, how to release the day's tensions. You do not need to make any of this happen. It happens by itself, guided by an intelligence far deeper than your thinking mind. Trust this intelligence, trust this process. You are held by something much larger than your small self, held by the vast awareness that is your true nature, held by the intelligence of life itself that has sustained you from your first breath and will sustain you until your last. Let go of trying to control this moment. Let go of trying to make anything happen. Let go of measuring whether you are doing this correctly or achieving the right state. Just be. Just rest. Just allow yourself to be exactly as you are in this moment, without judgment, without agenda, without any need for things to be different. The thoughts will come. Let them come. They are like birds flying through the sky of your awareness, appearing, passing, leaving no trace. You do not have to follow them. Do not have to believe them. Do not have to engage with them. Simply notice. Thinking is happening, and let the thoughts pass like clouds across the sun. The sensations in your body will shift and change. Perhaps there is comfort, perhaps some discomfort, perhaps both. All of this is just sensation, just experience arising and passing in the vast space of awareness. You do not have to fix anything, change anything, improve anything. Just be present to what is, with acceptance, with allowing, with the gentle recognition that this moment is exactly as it needs to be. Sleep may come soon, or it may take time. This too is just experience, arising according to conditions, not something to control or worry about. If sleep comes, wonderful. If you remain awake, that is fine too. Either way, you are resting. Either way, you are being held in awareness. Either way, this moment is complete. Perhaps you notice some resistance, some tension, some part of you that is still trying, still efforting, still seeking. This too is just experience. Notice it without judgment. Resistance is here. Tension is present. Trying is happening. And then, gently, see if you can let it soften. Let it release. Let it dissolve in the spacious awareness that you are. You have carried so much for so long. Carried worries about the future, regrets about the past, stories about who you are and who you should be, burdens that were never yours to carry, weights you picked up, believing you had to prove your worth through what you achieved or accumulated or became. You can set it all down now, all of it, every burden, every story, every should and must and have to. Set it down and rest in the simple, unburdened awareness that remains when everything else is released. This awareness needs to carry nothing. This awareness needs to prove nothing. This awareness needs to achieve nothing. It simply is, complete and whole, exactly as it is. Feel yourself sinking deeper now, deeper into the bed beneath you, deeper into the darkness around you, deeper into the stillness within you. Each breath carries you deeper, not deeper into sleep necessarily, but deeper into presence, deeper into the recognition of what you are beneath all the surface activity. There is nowhere you need to be but here. Nothing you need to do but rest. No one you need to become but who you already are. This moment is a gift, a respite from the constant doing and becoming and seeking that fills your days. Receive this gift fully. Let yourself be held by it, nourished by it, restored by it. The night stretches out before you, offering hours of rest, hours of release, hours of allowing your system to restore itself. You do not need to manage this process. You do not need to make it happen correctly. Your body knows what to do. Your mind knows how to settle. The intelligence that governs all of life is taking care of you, just as it takes care of every living thing, just as it has taken care of you every moment of your existence. You are safe. You are held. You are home. Not home as a physical place, but home as the recognition of your true nature. Home as the awareness that has been present through every experience of your life, witnessing it all with unchanging peace. The 12 teachings we journeyed through tonight are not just stories. They are invitations to live differently, to meet life differently, to recognize what you are beneath all the stories and struggles. You do not need to remember every detail. The essential understanding has been planted, and it will continue to work in you. revealing itself in moments of clarity, in choices made from presence rather than reactivity, in the gradual recognition that peace is not something you achieve, but something you are. May you carry these teachings with you, not as concepts to memorize, but as lived wisdom. May you remember, when anxiety arises, that you are not the anxiety but the awareness witnessing it. May you remember, when difficulties come, to notice whether you are adding suffering through resistance and rumination. May you remember that most things are not your business to carry, that you can decline the gifts of irritation others offer. May you remember that meditation is not about having no thoughts, but about being the awareness that witnesses thoughts. May you remember to befriend yourself, to offer yourself the compassion you so freely give to others. May you remember that acceptance is not passivity but wisdom, that saying yes to reality creates the space for skillful response. May you remember that you are never actually alone because you are always with yourself, with the awareness that is your deepest nature. May you remember that doubt can sharpen investigation rather than paralyze it, that questions can lead you deeper into truth rather than away from it. May you remember that your worth is not conditional on being perfect, that your imperfection is not a flaw, but part of your humanity. May you remember that this moment, just as it is complete. Nothing needs to be added, nothing needs to be taken away. Just this, always. Just this. As you rest here now, feel yourself held by something much larger than your individual existence. You are a wave on the vast ocean of consciousness, appearing for a time as a separate form but never actually separate from the whole. Your joys and sorrows, your struggles and triumphs, your entire life is held within the infinite space of awareness that is the ground of all being. This awareness is not personal. It is not yours alone. It is the one awareness looking through all eyes, listening through all ears, experiencing itself through every form. When you rest in this awareness, you rest in what connects you to all life. You are not an isolated fragment, struggling alone in an indifferent universe. You are an expression of the whole, intimate with all existence, connected to everything that is. Feel this connection now, not as an idea, but as a direct experience. Your breath is connected to all breath, the breathing of every person sleeping tonight, the breathing of animals in forests and oceans, the breathing of the earth itself. Your body is made of the same elements as the stars, your consciousness arising from the same source as all consciousness. You are woven into the fabric of existence itself, inseparable from the whole. This understanding does not make your individual experience less important. Your life matters, your experiences matter. Your joys and sorrows are real and significant, but they are held within a much larger context, like a wave that is both itself and the ocean, both particular and universal, both temporary and eternal. When you know this, truly know it, fear loses its grip. How can you be afraid when you recognize you are not separate from the whole? When you see that what you truly are cannot be damaged or destroyed. The body will age and die, this is certain. The personality will dissolve. All that you have built will eventually crumble. But the awareness that witnesses all of this, the consciousness that is your deepest nature, this continues, eternal and unchanging, part of the infinite awareness that has always existed and will always exist. This is not belief. This is not something to take on faith. This is direct recognition, available to you right now if you are willing to look. What is it that is aware of these words? What is it that knows you are breathing, that experiences this moment? This awareness, can it be found? Can it be grasped? Can it be damaged? Or is it like space itself, infinite, unchanging, always present but never graspable as an object? You are this awareness, not the content of your experience but the awareness of content, not the thoughts but what knows thoughts are present, not the sensations but what experiences sensation. This awareness is what you have always been, what you are now, what you will always be. Everything else is just weather passing through the sky of your true nature. Rest in this now, not as an achievement, not as something special, but as the most ordinary, obvious, ever-present reality. You are here. Awareness is present. This is enough. This has always been enough. This will always be enough. The night is deep around you. The world is quiet. In this stillness, in this darkness, allow yourself to dissolve into the awareness that has no boundaries, no beginning, no end. You are not contained within your body. You are the space in which your body appears. You are not limited to this moment. You are the timeless presence in which all moments arise and pass. Let yourself expand into this recognition. There is no edge to what you are, no boundary, no limitation. You are as vast as space itself, as eternal as time itself, as intimate as your next breath, as immediate as this moment. And in this vastness, this spaciousness, let everything rest. Every worry about tomorrow rest. Every regret about yesterday rest. Every story about who you are or should be rest. Every burden you have been carrying rest. Let it all rest in the vast, accepting space of awareness that you are. Your body is already resting, sinking deeper into comfort with each passing moment. Your muscles are releasing their tension, letting go of the day's holding. Your nervous system is settling, shifting from activation to restoration. Your mind, even if thoughts continue to arise, is finding its way toward stillness, toward the quiet that lives beneath all mental activity. You do not need to force any of this. It happens naturally, automatically. When you stop resisting and simply allow, your body knows how to rest. Your mind knows how to settle. Trust this process. Surrender to it. Let yourself be carried by the intelligence that governs all of life. The same intelligence that beats your heart, that digests your food, that heals your wounds without any conscious effort from you. This intelligence is taking care of you now. It is guiding you toward the rest you need, toward the restoration that will come, whether you sleep or simply lie here in peaceful awareness. Either way, you are being held. Either way, you are being restored. Either way, you are exactly where you need to be. As you sink deeper into rest, you may notice the boundary between waking and sleeping beginning to blur. Thoughts become dreamlike, less substantial. The sense of your body may fade or become diffuse. Time may seem to stretch or contract. All of this is fine. All of this is natural. You are moving into the borderlands between conscious awareness and sleep. And both states offer their own kind of rest, their own kind of restoration. If sleep comes, release into it completely. Let yourself dissolve into the darkness, into the forgetting that sleep brings, trusting that you will return refreshed, restored, ready for tomorrow. There is nothing you need to hold on to, nothing you need to remember. Let it all go and sink into the deep rest that sleep offers. If you remain awake, that is fine too. You are still resting. You are still being restored. The body rests when it lies still. The mind rests when it is allowed to simply be without agenda. You do not need to achieve sleep to benefit from this time. Simply being here, simply allowing yourself to rest in awareness. This is enough. The Buddha taught that there are 4 postures: sitting, standing, walking, and lying down. And he taught that in each posture, we can be awake, we can be present, we can practice awareness. Right now, lying down, you are practicing the awareness that is always available, always here, always home. Whether you sleep or wake, whether you dream or rest in darkness, the awareness remains. When you wake tomorrow morning, this same awareness will be present. It has been with you every moment of your life. It will be with you every moment that remains. This is your most intimate friend, your deepest home, your truest nature. And now, as we come to the completion of our journey together, I want to leave you with the simplest, most direct teaching of all. The teaching that Shozan embodied in his dying, the teaching that underlies all the other teachings we have explored tonight. This moment is complete, just as it is. Nothing added, nothing taken away. Just this breath, just this darkness, just this awareness. This is it. This is what you have been seeking. not somewhere else, not some other time, not in some future achievement or state. Here, now, always here, always now, always complete. You are home. You have always been home. You just forgot for a while, got lost in seeking, in striving, in believing that home was somewhere other than exactly where you are. But home is not a place. Home is recognition. Home is the awareness of awareness, the presence that is always present, the peace that needs no special conditions. Rest here, rest in this home, rest in what you are. Let everything else fall away, all the stories, all the seeking, all the becoming. Just rest in being. Simple, ordinary, miraculous being. The teachings from tonight, all 12 of them, are now part of you. They have been planted like seeds in the fertile ground of your consciousness, and they will continue to grow, to reveal themselves in moments when you need them most. You do not need to try to remember them. They are not information to be stored, but wisdom to be lived. And they will emerge naturally when circumstances call for them. When you wake tomorrow morning and anxiety greets you with the new day, you will remember, perhaps not consciously, but somewhere deeper, that you are not the anxiety. You are the awareness witnessing it. And this awareness is always at peace. When difficulties arise and you feel yourself beginning to ruminate, to throw the second dart, something will whisper, pause, breathe, release. When you find yourself occupied with what is not yours to control, a gentle reminder will surface. Not my business. Return to what is mine. When you sit to meditate or simply pause in your day, you will remember that it is not about achieving some special state, but about being the awareness that is already here. When you feel empty despite your achievements, you will remember to ask, who is beneath all the having? Who is the being that witnesses all experience? When you grasp at certainty, something will invite you to empty your cup, to return to not knowing, to direct experience rather than borrowed concepts. When you find yourself drowning in others' pain, you will remember the pond that receives the rain without becoming the rain, that you can be present without absorbing. When you resist what is, when you find yourself at war with reality, you will remember the peace of yes, the power of acceptance that does not mean passivity. When loneliness aches, you will remember to turn toward yourself with friendship, to discover the companionship of your own presence. When doubt arises, you will remember it can be a tool for investigation rather than an obstacle. When you make mistakes, when your imperfection shows itself, you will remember to place your hand on your heart and speak to yourself with compassion. And always, in every moment, you will have the possibility of remembering just this. This moment is complete. There is nowhere else to be. These teachings are now woven into your being. They will work on you even when you sleep, even when you are not consciously thinking about them. They are like medicine taken into your system, healing and transforming from within. Trust this process. Trust that tonight has planted something that will continue to grow. And now, let yourself sink even deeper into rest. We have journeyed far together through these teachings, and the journey has brought you here, to this moment, to this deep rest that is available when you stop seeking and simply allow yourself to be. Feel the weight of your body, how it is completely supported by the surface beneath you. You are not holding yourself up. You are being held. Let yourself feel this holding, this support that is always here, but that you perhaps only notice when you stop and pay attention. You are supported not just by your bed, but by the earth beneath you, by the vast planet that holds you with its gravity, that has held you every moment of your life. You are supported by the air that surrounds you, that fills your lungs with each breath, that has sustained you from your first breath to this breath and will sustain you until your last. You are supported by all the conditions that make your existence possible, the sun that warms the earth, the rain that waters the plants, the vast web of life that produces the oxygen you breathe, the food you eat, everything you need to live. You are not separate from all of this. You are woven into it, supported by it, held by it. When you recognize this, when you feel this support, you can let go more completely. You can stop trying so hard to hold yourself together, to manage everything, to control all outcomes. You can surrender to the holding that is always here, that has always been here. Breathe with this recognition now. As you breathe in, feel yourself receiving the gift of air, the gift of life, the gift of this moment. As you breathe out, feel yourself releasing, letting go, surrendering to the support that holds you. In breath, receive. Out breath, release. Receive and release. Receive and release. The fundamental rhythm of existence. Your breathing is becoming slower now, deeper, more relaxed. This happens naturally as your body settles into rest, as your nervous system shifts from the activation of the day into the restoration of night. You do not need to make this happen. Simply notice it happening. Notice how your body knows exactly what to do when you stop interfering, when you stop trying to control. The sounds around you, whatever sounds are present, whether silence or distant traffic or the house settling or anything else, let these sounds be just sounds. They do not need to mean anything. They do not need to be good or bad. They are just the soundscape of this moment, arising and passing in the space of your awareness. Let them wash over you like waves, coming and going, requiring nothing from you. The sensations in your body, wherever you feel contact with the bed, whatever temperature you sense, any small discomforts or pleasures, let these too be just sensations, just the body's way of experiencing itself in this moment. You do not need to adjust or fix or improve anything unless there is a clear need. For now, simply let everything be as it is, resting in the recognition that this moment is already complete. The thoughts that arise and thoughts will continue to arise even as you move toward sleep. Let these be like clouds passing through the vast sky of your awareness. They come, they drift across the space of your mind. They dissolve and disappear. You do not need to follow them, do not need to engage with them, do not need to do anything about them. Simply let them pass, returning again and again to the simple fact of being here, breathing, aware, at rest. If you notice you have been lost in thought, following some story or worry or memory, this is not a problem. This is not failure. This is just what minds do. The moment you notice you have been lost, you are no longer lost. You are back, present, aware. And this returning is the practice, this gentle, patient, returning again and again to presence, to breath, to the simple fact of being here now. Each time you return, you strengthen the capacity to be present. Each time you notice you are lost and choose to come back, you are practicing awareness. This is the work. Not achieving some permanent state of perfect presence, but choosing again and again to return, with kindness, with patience, with the understanding that this is how we learn to live awake rather than lost in thought. And as you continue to rest here, continue to breathe. Continue to allow yourself to simply be. You may notice that the space between thoughts is growing wider. The thoughts still come, but they are less frequent now, less compelling, arising from a deeper place, more dreamlike in quality. This is natural as you move towards sleep, as the conscious mind begins to release its grip, as you move into the deeper layers of consciousness where sleep lives. If sleep comes, it will come in its own time, in its own way. You cannot force it, cannot make it happen through effort. Sleep comes when you stop trying, when you let go completely, when you surrender to the darkness and the not knowing. So let go of any agenda around sleep. Whether you sleep in the next moment or in an hour, whether you sleep deeply or drift in and out, whether you dream or rest in dreamless dark, all of it is fine. All of it is rest. All of it is your body and mind doing exactly what they need to do. Trust this process. Trust your body's wisdom. Trust that you are being held by something much larger than your individual will, by the intelligence that governs all of life, that knows how to rest you, how to restore you, how to prepare you for tomorrow without any conscious management from you. Feel yourself dissolving now, the edges of your body becoming less defined, the boundary between you and the bed, between you and the air, between you and the darkness, becoming softer, more permeable. You are not disappearing, but you are expanding, releasing the tight grip of self-identity, allowing yourself to merge with the vastness that has always been here, that you are always part of, but forget when you are too tightly contracted into the small self. In this dissolution, in this softening of boundaries, you may touch something you have been seeking your entire life, the direct experience of being not separate, of being intimately connected to all that is, of being held within the vast awareness that includes everything. This is not a concept. This is not something to understand with your thinking mind. This is something to experience directly, here in the darkness, here in the quiet, here in this sacred space of rest. You are being held now by the same presence that holds the stars in their courses, that holds the planets in their orbits, that holds all of life in its vast embrace. This presence is not personal. It does not belong to any religion or tradition. It is simply what is the ground of being, the fabric of existence itself, the awareness in which all experience arises. And you are not separate from this. You are an expression of it, a wave on its ocean, a ray of its light, a note in its endless song. Your individual life is both utterly unique and completely universal, both precious and temporary, both significant and part of something so much larger than any individual existence. When you know this, not with your mind but with your whole being, something fundamental shifts. The fear that has perhaps accompanied you through life, the sense of being isolated and vulnerable in an indifferent universe, this begins to dissolve, because you see that you are not isolated. You have never been isolated. You are woven into the fabric of all that is, connected to everything through the awareness that is your deepest nature. The ancient texts speak of this recognition as enlightenment, as awakening, as liberation. But these words make it sound exotic and distant, something only for special people, something requiring decades of practice. The truth is simpler and more immediate. This recognition is available right now, here in the darkness, here in the quiet, here as you rest. It is not about achieving some elevated state. It is about recognizing what is already true, that you are awareness itself, that this awareness is your true nature, that this awareness is not separate from the awareness in all beings, that you are already home, already complete, already free. As you rest in this recognition, feel how everything becomes lighter. The burdens you have been carrying, they do not need to be carried. The problems you have been trying to solve, they can wait until tomorrow. The person you have been trying to become, you are already complete as you are. All of it can be set down now. All of it can rest. Your breath continues, slower now, deeper. Each breath a little journey into stillness and back out, into darkness and back to awareness, into forgetting and back to remembering. And with each breath, you are being restored, renewed, prepared for whatever tomorrow brings without any effort on your part. The night is deep, the world is quiet, and you are here, breathing, aware, at rest in your true nature. Nothing is missing from this moment. Nothing needs to be added. This is complete. This is enough. This has always been enough. Let yourself sink deeper now, deeper than thought, deeper than story, deeper than any sense of being a separate self. Sink into the ocean of awareness itself, the vast, peaceful, unchanging presence that has been here all along, that is here now, that will always be here. You are not sinking into unconsciousness, but into a deeper consciousness, into the awareness that underlies all experience. That is your foundation, your ground, your home. In this depth, there is no struggle. There is no seeking. There is no trying to be anything other than what you are. There is just this awareness, aware of itself, consciousness, experiencing itself, the simple miracle of being here. being now, being at all. How remarkable that you exist. How extraordinary that there is something rather than nothing, that consciousness has arisen in this universe, that through your particular form, existence is experiencing itself in this unique way that will never be repeated. Your life, this precious, temporary, unrepeatable expression of being, is not a problem to be solved. It is a gift to be lived, to be experienced, to be appreciated in all its forms, pleasant and unpleasant, easy and difficult. And right now, in this moment, the gift is simply rest. The gift is release. The gift is the opportunity to let everything go and sink into the peace that needs no special conditions, that is always available when you stop seeking it long enough to recognize it is already here. Feel this peace now, not as an achievement, not as something you have created through these hours of listening, but as what remains when you stop trying to create anything at all. This peace is not new, it is ancient. It is the peace that existed before you were born and will exist after you die. It is the peace of awareness itself, the stillness at the heart of all experience. You are this peace. You have always been this peace. All your seeking, all your striving, all your attempts to find peace through achievement or acquisition or becoming, these were just detours, just the long way home. But you can come home now. You can stop seeking and simply rest in what you already are. The Buddha sat under the Bodhi tree and looked at the morning star and recognized this peace, this awareness, this completeness that has always been here. He did not create it through his efforts. He simply stopped seeking long enough to recognize what had always been true. And in that recognition, he laughed, not because something was funny, but because he saw how simple it was, how obvious, how it had been here all along, right under his nose while he searched everywhere else for it. You can laugh too, or smile, or simply rest in the quiet recognition that what you have been seeking is what is seeking, that the one who wants to be at peace is already peace itself, that the awareness wondering if it is aware enough is awareness wondering about itself, that there is no separation between what you are and what you seek to become, because you already are what you seek. This is the end of seeking. This is the beginning of living. This is the recognition that transforms everything while changing nothing, that allows you to continue living your life, doing what needs to be done, engaging with the world, but from a completely different place, from wholeness rather than lack, from presence rather than distraction, from peace rather than perpetual seeking. Tomorrow, when you wake, you will still have a life to live, challenges to face, tasks to complete, relationships to navigate. All of this continues, but you will meet it differently, or at least you will have the possibility of meeting it differently. You will know, at least in moments, that you are not your circumstances, not your thoughts, not your emotions, but the awareness in which all of these arise and pass, and this knowing will change everything. Not all at once, not perfectly, but gradually. You will find yourself less reactive, more spacious, more able to pause before responding, more capable of choosing wisdom over automatic reaction. You will find yourself more patient with yourself and others, more accepting of imperfection, more willing to be exactly where you are, rather than always wishing you were somewhere else. The teachings from tonight will work in you in ways you cannot predict or control. They will surface when you need them, will guide you in moments of difficulty, will remind you of what you are when you forget. This is how teachings work, not as information stored in memory, but as wisdom that becomes part of your being, that reveals itself naturally when circumstances call for it. So rest easy, knowing that tonight has been time well spent, that these hours of listening and learning and recognizing have planted seeds that will grow in their own time, in their own way. You do not need to remember everything. You do not need to try to hold on to the teachings. They are now part of you, woven into your consciousness, available when needed. And for now, all that is needed is rest, deep, complete, surrendered rest. Rest in your body, letting it restore itself through the healing darkness of sleep or the peaceful stillness of wakeful rest. Rest in your mind, letting it settle like sediment in still water, becoming clear and spacious. Rest in your being, letting yourself simply be without agenda, without effort, without trying to become anything other than what you already are. The darkness around you is complete now, wrapping you in its soft embrace. Your body has found its perfect position, sinking deeper into comfort with each passing moment. The weight of the day has lifted from your shoulders, released into the night, dissolved into the vast stillness that surrounds you. Your breathing has found its own rhythm now, slow, deep, effortless. Each breath, a gentle wave, carrying you deeper into rest, deeper into peace, deeper into the recognition that you are home. There is nowhere to go from here, nothing more to seek, nothing more to understand. Just this gentle rocking of breath, in and out, like waves on a shore, endless and soothing. The thoughts that were so busy earlier have slowed to a gentle drift. They arise like bubbles, float for a moment, and dissolve back into silence. You do not need to follow them, you do not need to engage with them. They are just the last whispers of the day, releasing themselves, making space for the deep rest that is coming. Feel your eyes, heavy and still beneath their lids. Feel your jaw, loose and relaxed. Feel your shoulders, released from all tension. Feel your hands, soft and open. Feel your legs, heavy and warm. Your entire body is letting go, surrendering to the support beneath you, trusting that it is held, that it is safe, that it can finally, completely rest. And as your body rests, your mind follows. The space between thoughts grows wider, the silence grows deeper. You are drifting now, floating on the edge between waking and sleeping, and both states are perfect. Both offer their own kind of peace, their own kind of restoration. If sleep has not yet come, it will come soon. Your body knows when. Your system knows what it needs. Trust this knowing. Trust that you are being guided toward exactly the rest you need. Whether it comes in the next breath, or in 10 minutes, or in an hour, whenever it comes, it will be the right time. There is no hurry. There is no schedule to meet. There is just this gentle drifting, this peaceful allowing, this sweet release into darkness. The awareness that has witnessed this entire journey through all 12 teachings, through all the stories of awakening and recognition, this awareness is still here. It does not sleep. It witnesses sleep. It is the eternal watcher, the unchanging presence, the home you return to again and again. And even as you drift into sleep, this awareness remains, holding you in its vast embrace, never leaving, never changing, always here. You are this awareness, and you are also the body that sleeps, the mind that dreams, the person who will wake tomorrow renewed and restored. You are both the wave and the ocean, both the individual expression and the universal consciousness. Both are true, both are you, and both are resting now in this perfect moment. Let yourself go completely now. There is nothing left to do, nothing left to understand, nothing left to achieve. You have journeyed far tonight, through teachings ancient and profound, and now you have arrived exactly where you need to be here. Resting, peaceful, complete. The night will hold you, the darkness will restore you, the silence will heal you, and when morning comes, you will rise refreshed, carrying with you the seeds of wisdom planted tonight, ready to live with more presence, more peace, more recognition of your true nature. For now, just rest. Deep, complete, surrendered rest. Let your body dissolve into the bed, your mind dissolve into stillness, your being dissolve into the vast awareness that is your home. Nothing to hold on to, nothing to resist, nothing to be except exactly what you are in this perfect, peaceful moment. Sleep is coming. Or perhaps you are already there, drifting in that borderland where consciousness softens, where the world fades, where only peace remains. Either way, you are exactly where you need to be. You are held, you are safe, you are home. Breathe, release, rest, let everything go. Just this, just now, just peace. The journey is complete. The teachings have been received. The recognition has dawned. And now, there is only this, the sweet, dark, healing peace of deep rest. May you sleep deeply. May you wake renewed. May you remember, even if only in fleeting moments, that you are already what you seek. That peace is your nature. That home is here. Now. Always. Rest now. Dear one, rest completely. You are home.